She has rather a leaping mind." He turned to the window, looked at his nails, and appeared to be suddenly reminded of duties elsewhere. It was chiefly manifest to him that the difficulties in explaining the changes of his outlook to Lady Ella had now increased enormously. 7. A day or so after Lady Sunderburn's arrival in Princhester, the bishop had a letter from Lykeman. The old man was manifestly in doubt about the effect of their recent conversation. "My dear Scrope," it began, "I find myself thinking continually about our interview and the difficulties you laid bare so frankly to me. We touched upon many things in that talk, and I find myself full of afterthoughts, and not perfectly sure either quite of what I said or of what I failed to say. I feel that in many ways I was not perhaps so clear and convincing as the justice of my case should have made me. And you are one of my own particular little company. You are one of the best workers in that band of good workers. Your life and your career are very much my concern. I know you will forgive me if I still mingle something of the paternal with my fraternal admonitions. I watched you closely. I have still my old diaries of the St. Matthew's days, and I have been looking at them to remind me of what you once were. It was my custom to note my early impressions of all the men who worked with me, because I have a firm belief in the soundness of first impressions and the considerable risk one runs of having them obscured by the accidents and habituations of constant intercourse. I found that quite early in your days at St. Matthew's. I wrote against your name enthusiastic, but a saving delicacy. After all our lifelong friendship, I would not write anything truer. I would say of you today, this man might have been a revivalist if he were not a gentleman. There is the enthusiast, there is the revivalist in you. It seems to me that the stresses and questions of this great crisis in the world's history have brought it nearer to the surface than I had ever expected it to come. I quite understand and I sympathize with your impatience with the Church at the present time. We present a spectacle of pompous insignificance hard to bear with. We are doing very little, and we are giving ourselves preposterous airs. There seems to be an opinion abroad that in some quasi-automatic way the country is going to collapse after the war into the arms of the Church and the high Tories, a possibility I don't accept for a moment. Why should it? These forcible, feeble reactionaries are much more likely to explode a revolution that will disestablish us. And I quite understand your theological difficulties, quite. The creeds, if their entire symbolism is for a moment forgotten, if they are taken as opaque statements of fact, are inconsistent, incredible. So incredible that no one believes them, not even the most devout. The utmost they do is to avert their minds reverentially. Credo quia impossibile. That is offensive to a Western mind. I can quite understand the disposition to cry out at such things. This is not the Church of God, to run out from it. You have some dream, I suspect, of a dramatic dissidence. Now, my dear brother and erstwhile pupil, I ask you not to do this thing. Wait, I implore you. Give me and some others a little time. I have your promise for 3 months, but even after that I ask you to wait. Let the reform come from within the Church. The Church is something more than either its creeds, its clergy, or its laymen. Look at your cathedral rising out of and dominating Princhester. It stands not simply for Athanasius, it stands but incidentally for Athanasius. It stands for all religion. Within that fabric, let me be as frank here as in our private conversation. Doctrine has altered again and again. Today, 2 distinct religions worship there side by side, one that fades and one that grows brighter. There is the old quasi-materialistic belief of the barbarians, the belief in such things, for example, as that Christ, the physical Son of God, descended into hell and stayed there, seeing the sights, I suppose, like any tourist, and being treated with diplomatic civilities for 3 terrestrial days. And on the other hand, there is the truly spiritual belief that you and I share, which is absolutely intolerant of such grotesque ideas. My argument to you is that the new faith, the clearer vision, gains ground, that the only thing that can prevent or delay the Church from being altogether possessed by what you call, and I admit is, the true God, is that such men as yourself, as the light breaks upon you, should be hasty and leave the Church. You see my point of view, do you not? It is not one that has been assumed for our discussion. It is one I came to long years ago, that I was already feeling my way to in my St. Matthew's Lenten sermons. A word for your private ear. I am working. I cannot tell you fully because I am not working alone. But there are movements afoot in which I hope very shortly to be able to ask you to share. That much at least I may say at this stage. Obscure but very powerful influences are at work for the liberalizing of the Church, for release from many narrow limitations, for the establishment of a modus vivendi with the nonconformist and dissentient bodies in Britain and America, and with the churches of the East. But of that no more now. And in conclusion, my dear Scrope, let me insist again upon the eternal persistence of the essential religious fact. Greek letters here. Revelations 1:18. Fear not, I am the first and last thing, the living thing. And these promises which, even if we are not to take them as promises in the exact sense in which, let us say, the payment of 5 sovereigns is promised by a £5 note, are yet assertions of practically inevitable veracity. Greek letters here. Philippians 1:6. He who began will perfect. Ephesians verse 14. He will illuminate. The old man had written his Greek tags in shakily resolute capitals. It was his custom always to quote the Greek Testament in his letters, never the English version. It is a practice not uncommon with the more scholarly of our bishops. It is as if some eminent scientific man were to insist upon writing H2O instead of water, and sodium chloride instead of table salt in his private correspondence, or upon hanging up a stuffed crocodile in his hall to give the place tone. The Bishop of Princhester construed these brief dicta without serious exertion. He found them very congenial texts, but they were insuperable difficulties in the problem why Leichmann should suppose that they had the slightest weight upon his side of their discussion. The more he thought, the less they seemed to be on Leichmann's side, until at last they began to take on a complexion entirely opposed to the old man's insidious arguments, until, indeed, they began to bear the extraordinary interpretation of a special message, unwittingly delivered. 8. The bishop was still thinking over this communication when he was interrupted by Lady Ella. She came with a letter in her hand to ask him whether she might send £25 to a poor cousin of his, a teacher in a girls' school who had been incapacitated from work by a dislocation of the cartilage of her knee. If she could go to that unorthodox but successful practitioner, Mr. Barker, the bone setter, she was convinced she could be restored to efficiency. But she had no ready money. The bishop agreed without hesitation. His only doubt was the certainty of the cure, but upon that point Lady Ella was convinced. There had been a great experience in the Walshingham family. "It is pleasant to be able to do things like this," said Lady Ella, standing over him when this matter was settled. "Yes," the bishop agreed. "It is pleasant to be in a position to do things like this." Chapter the 7th. The Second Vision. 1. A month later found the bishop's original state of perplexity and insomnia returned and intensified. He had done none of all the things that had seemed so manifestly needing to be done after his vision in the Athenaeum. All the relief and benefit of his experience in London had vanished out of his life. He was afraid of Dr. Dale's drug. He knew certainly that it would precipitate matters, and all his instincts in the state of moral enfeeblement to which he had relapsed were to temporize. Although he had said nothing further about his changed beliefs to Lady Ella, yet he perceived clearly that a shadow had fallen between them. She had a wife's extreme sensitiveness to fine shades of expression and bearing, and manifestly she knew that something was different. Meanwhile, Lady Sunderbund had become a frequent worshipper in the cathedral. She was a figure as conspicuous in sombre Princhester as a bird of paradise would have been. Common people stood outside her very, very rich blue door on the chance of seeing her. She never missed an opportunity of hearing the bishop preach or speak. She wrote him several long and thoughtful letters with which she did not bother Lady Ella. She communicated persistently and manifestly intended to become a very active worker in diocesan affairs. It was inevitable that she and the bishop should meet and talk occasionally in the cathedral precincts, and it was inevitable that he should contrast the flexibility of her rapid and very responsive mind with a certain defensiveness, a stoniness, in the intellectual bearing of Lady Ella. If it had been Lady Sunderbund he had had to explain to, instead of Lady Ella, he could have explained 12 times a day. And since his mind was rehearsing explanations, it was not unnatural they should overflow into this eagerly receptive channel, and that the less he told Lady Ella, the fuller became his spiritual confidences to Lady Sunderbund. She was clever in realizing that they were confidences and treating them as such, more particularly when it chanced that she and Lady Ella, the bishop, found themselves in the same conversation. She made great friends with Miriam, and initiated her by a whole collection of pretty costume plates into the mysteries of the Usian ballet and the works of Mussorgsky and Imsy-Korsakov. The bishop liked a certain religiosity in the texture of Mussorgsky's music, but failed to see the significance of many of the costumes. 2. It was on a Sunday night, the 4th Sunday after Easter, that the supreme crisis of the bishop's life began. He had had a feeling all day of extreme dullness and stupidity. He felt his ministrations unreal, his ceremonies absurd and undignified. In the night he became bleakly and painfully awake. His mind occupied itself at first chiefly with the tortuousness and weakness of his own character. Every day he perceived that the difficulty of telling Lady Ella of the change in his faith became more mountainous, and every day he procrastinated. If he had told her naturally and simply on the evening of his return from London, before anything material intervened, everything would have been different. Everything would have been simpler. He groaned and rolled over in his bed. There came upon him the acutest remorse and misery, for he saw that amidst these petty immediacies he had lost touch with God. The last month became incredible. He had seen God. He had touched God's hand. God had been given to him, and he had neglected the gift. He was still lost amidst the darkness and loneliness, the chaotic ends and mean shifts of an Erastian world. For a month now and more, after a vision of God so vivid and real and reassuring that surely no saint nor prophet had ever had a better, he had made no more than vague responsive movements. He had allowed himself to be persuaded into an unreasonable and cowardly delay, and the fetters of association and usage and minor interests were as unbroken as they had been before ever the vision shone. Was it credible that there had ever been such a vision in a life so entirely dictated by immediacy and instinct as his? We are all creatures of the dark stream. We swim in needs and bodily impulses and small vanities. If ever and again a bubble of spiritual imaginativeness glows out of us, it breaks and leaves us where we are. Louse that I am, he cried. He still believed in God, without a shadow of doubt. He believed in the God that he had seen, the high courage, the golden intention, the light that had for a moment touched him. But what had he to do with God? He, the loiterer, the little thing. He was little, he was funny. His prevarications with his wife, for example, were comic. There was no other word for him but funny. He rolled back again and lay staring. Who will deliver me from the body of this death? What right has a little bishop in a purple stock and doeskin breeches, who hangs back in his palace from the very call of God, to a phrase so fine and tragic as the body of this death? He was the most unreal thing in the universe. He was a base insect giving himself airs. What advantage has a bishop over the praying mantis, that cricket which apes the attitude of piety? Does he matter more to God? To the God of the universe, who can tell? To the God of man, yes. He sat up in bed, struck by his own answer, and full of an indescribable hunger for God and an indescribable sense of his complete want of courage to make the one simple appeal that would satisfy that hunger. He tried to pray. "Oh God," he cried, "forgive me, take me." It seemed to him that he was not really praying, but only making believe to pray. It seemed to him that he was not really existing, but only seeming to exist. He seemed to himself to be one with figures on a china plate, with figures painted on walls, with the flimsy imagined lives of men in stories of forgotten times. "Oh God," he said, "oh God," acting a gesture mimicking appeal. "Anemic," he said, and was given an idea. He got out of bed, he took his keys from the night table at the bed head and went to his bureau. He stood with Dale's tonic in his hand. He remained for some time holding it and feeling a curious indisposition to go on with the thing in his mind. He turned at last with an effort. He carried the little phial to his bedside, and into the tumbler of his water bottle he let the drops fall, drop by drop, until he had counted 20. Then, holding it to the bulb of his reading lamp, he added the water and stood, watching the slow, pearly eddies in the mixture mingle into an opalescent uniformity. He replaced the water bottle and stood with the glass in his hand. But he did not drink. He was afraid. He knew that he had only to drink, and this world of confusion would grow transparent, would roll back and reveal the great simplicities behind. And he was afraid. He was afraid of that greatness. He was afraid of the great imperatives that he knew would at once take hold of his life. He wanted to muddle on for just a little longer. He wanted to stay just where he was, in his familiar prison house, with the key of escape in his hand. Before he took the last step into the very presence of truth, he would think. He put down the glass and lay down upon his bed. 3. He awoke in a mood of great depression, out of a dream of wandering interminably in an endless building of innumerable pillars, pillars so vast and high that the ceiling was lost in darkness. By the scale of these pillars he felt himself scarcely larger than an ant. He was always alone in these wanderings, and always missing something that passed along distant passages, something desirable, something in the nature of a procession or of a ceremony, something of which he was in futile pursuit, of which he heard faint echoes, something luminous, of which he seemed at times to see the last fading reflection across vast halls and wildernesses of shining pavement and through cyclopean archways. At last there was neither sound nor gleam, but the utmost solitude, and a darkness and silence, and the uttermost profundity of sorrow. It was bright day. Dunk had just come into the room with his tea, and the tumbler of Dr. Dale's tonic stood untouched upon the night table. The bishop sat up in bed. He had missed his opportunity. Today was a busy day, he knew. "No," he said as Dunk hesitated whether to remove or leave the tumbler. "Leave that." Dunk found room for it upon the tea-tray and vanished softly with the bishop's evening clothes. The bishop remained motionless, facing the day. There stood the draft of decision that he had lacked the decision even to touch. From his bed he could just read the larger items that figured upon the engagement tablet which it was Whipham's business to fill overnight and place upon his table. He had 2 confirmation services, first the big one in the cathedral, and then a second one in the evening at Pringle, various committees, and an interview with Chasters. He had not yet finished his addresses for these confirmation services. The task seemed mountainous, overwhelming. With a gesture of desperation, he seized the tumbler full of tonic and drank it off at a gulp. For some moments nothing seemed to happen. Then he began to feel stronger and less wretched, and then came a throbbing and tingling of artery and nerve. He had a sense of adventure, a pleasant fear in the thing that he had done. He got out of bed, leaving his cup of tea untasted, and began to dress. He had the sensation of relief a prisoner may feel who suddenly tries his cell door and finds it open upon sunshine, the outside world and freedom. He went on dressing, although he was certain that in a few minutes the world of delusion about him would dissolve, and that he would find himself again in the great freedom of the place of God. This time the transition came much sooner and much more rapidly. This time the phases and quality of the experience were different. He felt once again that luminous confusion between the world in which a human life is imprisoned and a circumambient and interpenetrating world, but this phase passed very rapidly. It did not spread out over nearly half an hour as it had done before, and almost immediately he seemed to plunge away from everything in this life altogether into that outer freedom he sought. And this time there was not even the elemental scenery of the former vision. He stood on nothing. There was nothing below and nothing above him. There was no sense of falling, no terror, but a feeling as though he floated, released. There was no light, but as it were a clear darkness about him. Then it was manifest to him that he was not alone, but with him was that same being that in his former vision had called himself the angel of God. He knew this without knowing why he knew this, and either he spoke and was answered, or he thought and his thought answered him back. His state of mind on this occasion was altogether different from the first vision of God. Before it had been spectacular, but now his perception was altogether supersensuous. And nevertheless, and all the time it seemed that very faintly he was still in his room. It was he who was the first to speak. The great angel, whom he felt rather than saw, seemed to be waiting for him to speak. "I have come," he said, "because once more I desire to see God." "But you have seen God." "I saw God. God was light. God was truth. And I went back to my life, and God was hidden. God seemed to call me. He called. I heard him. I sought him, and I touched his hand. When I went back to my life, I was presently lost in perplexity. I could not tell why God had called me, nor what I had to do. And why did you not come here before? Doubt and fear. Brother, will you not lay your hand on mine? The figure in the darkness became distincter, but nothing touched the bishop's seeking hands. I want to see God and to understand him. I want reassurance. I want conviction. I want to understand all that God asked me to do. The world is full of conflict and confusion and the spirit of war. It is dark and dreadful now with suffering and bloodshed. I want to serve God who could save it, and I do not know how. It seemed to the bishop that now he could distinguish dimly, but surely the form and features of the great angel to whom he talked. For a little while there was silence, and then the angel spoke. "It was necessary first," said the angel, "that you should apprehend God and desire him. That was the purport of your first vision. Now, since you require it, I will tell you and show you certain things about him, things that it seems you need to know, things that all men need to know. Know then, first, that the time is at hand when God will come into the world and rule it, and when men will know what is required of them. This time is close at hand. In a little while God will be made manifest throughout the earth. Men will know him and know that he is king. To you this truth is to be shown, that you may tell it to others." "This is no vision," said the bishop, "no dream that will pass away. Am I not here beside you?" 5. The bishop was anxious to be very clear. Things that had been shapelessly present in his mind now took form and found words for themselves. "The God I saw in my vision, he is not yet manifest in the world? He comes. He is in the world, but he is not yet manifested. He whom you saw in your vision will speedily be manifest in the world. To you this vision is given of things that come. The world is already glowing with God. Mankind is like a smouldering fire that will presently, in quite a little time, burst out into flame. In your former vision I showed you God," said the angel. "This time I will show you certain signs of the coming of God, and then you will understand the place you hold in the world and the task that is required of you." 6. And as the angel spoke, he lifted up his hands with the palms upward, and there appeared above them a little round cloud that grew denser until it had the likeness of a silver sphere. It was a mirror in the form of a ball, but a mirror not shining uniformly. It was discolored, with greyish patches that had a familiar shape. It circled slowly upon the angel's hands. It seemed no greater than the compass of a human skull, and yet it was as great as the earth. Indeed, it showed the whole earth. It was the earth. The hands of the angel vanished out of sight, dissolved and vanished, and the spinning world hung free. All about the bishop the velvet darkness broke into glittering points that shaped out the constellations, and nearest to them, so near as to seem only a few million miles away, in the great emptiness into which everything had resolved itself, shone the sun, a ball of red-tongued fires. The angel was but a voice now. The bishop and the angel were somewhere aloof from, and yet accessible to, the circling silver sphere. At the time, all that happened seemed to happen quite naturally, as things happen in a dream. It was only later, when all this was a matter of memory, that the bishop realized how strange and incomprehensible his vision had been. The sphere was the earth with all its continents and seas, its ships and cities, its countrysides and mountain ranges. It was so small that he could see it all at once, and so great and full that he could see everything in it. He could see great countries like little patches upon it, and at the same time he could see the faces of the men upon the highways. He could see the feelings in men's hearts and the thoughts in their minds. But it did not seem in any way wonderful to the bishop that so he should see those things, or that it was to him that these things were shown. "This is the whole world," he said. "This is the vision of the world," the angel answered. "It is very wonderful," said the bishop, and stood for a moment marvelling at the compass of his vision. For here was India, here was Samarkand, in the light of the late afternoon, and China and the swarming cities upon her silvery rivers, sinking through twilight to the night, and throwing a spray and a tracery of lantern spots upon the dark. Here was Russia under the noontide, and so great a battle of artillery raging in the Dunajec as no man had ever seen before. Whole lines of trenches dissolved into clouds of dust and heaps of blood-streaked earth. Here, close to the waiting streets of Constantinople, were the hills of Gallipoli, the grave of British imperialism, streaming to heaven with the dust and smoke of bursting shells and rifle fire, and the smoke and flame of burning brushwood. In the Sea of Marmara, a big ship crowded with Turkish troops was sinking, and, purple under the clear water, he could see the shape of the British submarine which had torpedoed her and had submerged and was going away. Berlin prepared its frugal meals, still far from famine. He saw the war in Europe as if he saw it on a map, yet every human detail showed. Over hundreds of miles of trenches east and west of Germany, he could see shells bursting, and the men below dropping, and the stretcher-bearers going back with the wounded. The roads to every front were crowded with reserves and munitions. For a moment a little group of men indifferent to all this struggle, who were landing amidst the Antarctic wilderness, held his attention, and then his eyes went westward to the dark, rolling Atlantic, across which, as the edge of the night was drawn like a curtain, more and still more ships became visible, beating upon their courses, eastward or westward, under the overtaking day. The wonder increased, the wonder of the single and infinitely multitudinous adventure of mankind. "So God perhaps sees it," he whispered. 7. "Look at this man," said the angel, and the black shadow of a hand seemed to point. It was a Chinaman sitting with two others in a little low room separated by translucent paper windows from a noisy street of shrill-voiced people. The three had been talking of the ultimatum that Japan had sent that day to China, claiming a priority in many matters over European influences. They were by no means sure whether it was a wrong or a benefit that had been done to their country. From that topic they had passed to the discussion of the war, and then of wars and national aggressions, and the perpetual thrusting and quarrelling of mankind. The older man had said that so life would always be. It was the will of heaven. The little, very yellow-faced, emaciated man had agreed with him. But now this younger man, to whose thoughts the angel had so particularly directed the bishop's attention, was speaking. He did not agree with his companion. "War is not the will of heaven," he said. "It is the blindness of men. Man changes," he said, "from day to day and from age to age. The science of the West has taught us that. Man changes and war changes and all things change. China has been the land of flowery peace, and she may yet give peace to all the world. She has put aside that puppet emperor at Peking. She turns her face to the new learning of the West as a man lays aside his heavy robes in order that her task may be achieved." The older man spoke. His manner was more than a little incredulous, and yet not altogether contemptuous. "You believe that some day there will be no more war in the world, that a time will come when men will no longer plot and plan against the welfare of men? Even at last, said the younger man. Did any of us dream 25 years ago that here in China we should live to see a republic? The age of the republics draws near, when men in every country of the world will look straight up to the rule of right and the empire of heaven. And God will be king of the world, said the angel. Is not that faith exactly the faith that is coming to you? The two other Chinamen questioned their companion, but without hostility. This war, said the Chinaman, will end in a great harvesting of kings. But Japan, the older man began. The bishop would have liked to hear more of that conversation, but the dark hand of the angel motioned him to another part of the world. Listen to this, said the angel. He pointed the bishop to where the armies of Britain and Turkey lay in the heat of Mesopotamia. Along the sandy bank of a wide, slow-flowing river rode two horsemen, an Englishman and a Turk. They were returning from the Turkish lines, whither the Englishman had been with a flag of truce. When Englishmen and Turks are thrown together, they soon become friends, and in this case matters had been facilitated by the Englishman's command of the Turkish language. He was quite an exceptional Englishman. The Turk had just been remarking cheerfully that it wouldn't please the Germans if they were to discover how amiably he and his charge had got on. It's a pity we ever ceased to be friends, he said. You Englishmen aren't like our Christians, he went on. The Englishman wanted to know why. You haven't priests in robes, you don't chant and worship crosses and pictures, and quarrel among yourselves. We worship the same God as you do, said the Englishman. Then why do we fight? That's what we want to know. Why do you call yourselves Christians and take part against us? All who worship the one God are brothers. They ought to be, said the Englishman, and thought. He was struck by what seemed to him an amazingly novel idea. If it weren't for religions, all men would serve God together, he said. And then there would be no wars, only now and then perhaps just a little honest fighting. And see here, said the angel, here, close behind this frightful battle, where the German phalanx of guns pounds its way through the Russian hosts. Here is a young German talking to two wounded Russian prisoners, who have stopped to rest by the roadside. He is a German of East Prussia. He knows and thinks a little Russian. And they too are saying, all three of them, that war is not God's will, but the confusion of mankind. Here, he said, and the shadow of his hand hovered over the burning ghats of Benares, where a Brahmin of the new persuasion watched the straight spires of funeral smoke ascend into the glow of the late afternoon while he talked to an English painter, his friend of the blind intolerance of race and caste and custom in India. Or here. The angel pointed to a group of people who had gathered upon a little beach at the head of a Norwegian fjord. There were 3 lads, an old man and 2 women, and they stood about the body of a drowned German sailor which had been washed up that day. For a time they had talked in whispers, but now suddenly the old man spoke aloud. This is the 4th that has come ashore, he said. Poor drowned souls, because men will not serve God. But folks go to church and pray enough, said one of the women. They do not serve God, said the old man. They just pray to him as one nods to a beggar. They do not serve God, who is their king. They set up their false kings and emperors, and so all Europe is covered with dead, and the seas wash up these dead to us. Why does the world suffer these things? Why did we Norwegians, who are a free-spirited people, permit the Germans and the Swedes and the English to set up a king over us? Because we lack faith. Kings mean secret councils, and secret councils bring war. Sooner or later, war will come to us also, if we give the soul of our nation in trust to a king. But things will not always be thus with men. God will not suffer them forever. A day comes, and it is no distant day, when God himself will rule the earth, and when men will do not what the king wishes, nor what is expedient, nor what is customary, but what is manifestly right. But men are saying that now in 1,000 places, said the angel. Here is something that goes a little beyond that. His pointing hand went southward until they saw the Afrikaners riding down to Windhoek. Two men, Boer farmers both, rode side by side and talked of the German officer they brought prisoner with them. He had put sheep dip in the wells of drinking water. His life was fairly forfeit, and he was not to be killed. We want no more hate in South Africa, they agreed. Dutch and English and German must live here and now, side by side. Men cannot always be killing. And see his thoughts, said the angel. The German's mind was one amazement. He had been sure of being shot. He had meant to make a good end, fierce and scornful, a relentless fighter to the last, and these men who might have shot him like a man were going to spare him like a dog. His mind was a tumbled muddle of old and new ideas. He had been brought up in an atmosphere of the foulest and fiercest militarism. He had been trained to relentlessness, ruthlessness, and so forth. War was war, and the bitterer the better. Frightfulness was your way to victory over every enemy. But these people had found a better way. Here were Dutch and English side by side. 16 years ago they had been at war together, and now they wore the same uniform and rode together, and laughed at him for a queer fellow because he was for spitting at them and defying them, and folding his arms and looking level at the executioner's rifles. There were to be no executioner's rifles. If it was so with Dutch and English, why shouldn't it be so presently with French and Germans? Why, some day, shouldn't French, German, Dutch and English, Russian and Pole ride together under this new star of mankind, the Southern Cross, to catch whatever last mischief maker was left to poison the wells of goodwill? His mind resisted and struggled against these ideas. Austere, he whispered, the ennobling tests of war. A trooner rode up alongside and offered him a drink of water. Just a mouthful, he said apologetically. We've had to go rather short. There's another brain busy here with the same idea, the angel interrupted, and the bishop found himself looking into the bedroom of a young German attaché in Washington, sleepless in the small hours. Ach, cried the young man, and sat up in bed and ran his hands through his fair hair. He had been working late upon this detestable business of the Lusitania. The news of her sinking had come to hand 2 days before, and all America was aflame with it. It might mean war. His task had been to pour out explanations and justifications to the press, to show that it was an act of necessity, to pretend a conviction that the great ship was loaded with munitions, to fight down the hostility and anger that blazed across a continent. He had worked to his limit. He had taken cup after cup of coffee and had come to bed worked out not 2 hours ago. Now here he was awake after a nightmare of drowning women and children, trying to comfort his soul by recalling his own arguments. Never once since the war began had he doubted the rightness of the German cause. It seemed only a proof of his nervous exhaustion that he could doubt it now. Germany was the best organized, most cultivated, scientific, and liberal nation the earth had ever seen. It was for the good of mankind that she should be the dominant power in the world. His patriotism had had the passion of a mission. The English were indolent, the French decadent, the Russians barbaric, the Americans basely democratic. The rest of the world was the white man's burden. The clear destiny of mankind was subservience to the good Prussian eagle. Nevertheless, those wet, draggled bodies that swirled down in the eddies of the sinking Titan, he wished it could have been otherwise. He nursed his knees and prayed that there need not be much more of these things before the spirit of the enemy was broken and the great peace of Germany came upon the world. And suddenly he stopped short in his prayer. Suddenly, out of the nothingness and darkness about him, came the conviction that God did not listen to his prayers. Was there any other way? It was the most awful doubt he had ever had, for it smote at the training of all his life. Could it be possible that after all our old German God is not the proper style and title of the true God? Is our old German God perhaps only the last of a long succession of blood-stained tribal effigies, and not God at all? For a long time it seemed that the bishop watched the thoughts that gathered in the young attache's mind, until suddenly he broke into a quotation, into that last cry of the dying Goethe for light, more light. "Leave him at that," said the angel. "I want you to hear these two young women." The hand came back to England and pointed to where Southend at the mouth of the Thames was all agog with the excitement of an overnight Zeppelin raid. People had got up hours before their usual time in order to look at the wrecked houses before they went up to their work in town. Everybody seemed abroad. Two nurses, not very well trained as nurses go, nor very well educated women, were snatching a little sea air upon the front after an eventful night. They were too excited still to sleep. They were talking of the horror of the moment when they saw the nasty thing up there, and felt helpless as it dropped its bombs. They had both hated it. "There didn't ought to be such things," said one. "They don't seem needed," said her companion. "Men won't always go on like this, making wars and all such wickedness. It's how to stop 'em. Science is going to stop them." "Science?" "Yes, science. My young brother, he's a clever one, he says such things. He says that it's science that won't always go on like this. There's more sense coming into the world, and more, my young brother says so. Says it stands to reason. It's evolution. It's science that men are all brothers. You can prove it. It's science that there oughtn't to be a war. Science is ending war now by making it horrible like this, and making it so that no one is safe. Showing it up. Only when nobody is safe will everybody want to set up peace, he says. He says it's proved there could easily be peace all over the world now if it wasn't for flags and kings and capitalists and priests. They still manage to keep safe and out of it. He says the world ought to be just one state. The world state, he says, it ought to be." "Under God," said the bishop, "under God. He says science ought to be king of the whole world." "Call it science if you will," said the bishop. "God is wisdom." "Out of the mouths of babes and elementary science students," said the angel. "The very children in the board schools are turning against this narrowness and nonsense and mischief of nations and creeds and kings. You see it at 1,000 points, at 10,000 points. Look, the world is all flashing and flickering. It's like a spinthariscope. It is a quiver with the light that is coming to mankind. It is on the verge of blazing even now. Into a light, into the one kingdom of God. See here, and here. This brave little French priest in a helmet of steel, who is daring to think for the first time in his life, this gentle-mannered emir from Morocco looking at the gravediggers on the battlefield, this mother who has lost her son. You see, they all turn in one direction, although none of them seem to dream yet that they are all turning in the same direction. They turn, every one, to the rule of righteousness, which is the rule of God. They turn to that communism of effort in the world which alone permits men to serve God in state and city and their economic lives. They are all coming to the verge of the same salvation, the salvation of one human brotherhood, under the rule of one righteousness, one divine will. Is that the salvation your church offers? 8. And now that we have seen how religion grows and spreads in men's hearts, now that the fields are white with harvest, I want you to look also and see what the teachers of religion are doing, said the angel. He smiled. His presence became more definite, and the earthly globe about them and the sun and the stars grew less distinct and less immediately there. The silence invited the bishop to speak. In the light of this vision, I see my church plainly for the little thing it is, he said. He wanted to be perfectly clear with the angel and himself. This church of which I am a bishop is just a part of our poor human struggle, small and pitiful as one thinks of it here in the light of the advent of God's kingdom, but very great indeed, ancient and high and venerable in comparison with me. But mostly it is human. It is most human. For my story is the church's story, and the church's story is mine. Here I could almost believe myself the church itself. The world saw a light. The nations that were sitting in darkness saw a great light. Even I saw God. And then the church began to forget and lose itself among secondary things, as I have done. It tried to express the truth and lost itself in a maze of theology. It tried to bring order into the world and sold its faith to Constantine. These men who had professed the invisible king of the world shirked his service. It is a most terrible disaster that Christianity has sold itself to emperors and kings. They forged a saying of the masters that we should render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. Who is this Caesar to set himself up to share mankind with God? Nothing that is Caesar's can be any the less God's. But Constantine Caesar sat in the midst of the council. His guards were all about it, and the poor fanatics and trimmers and schemers disputed nervously with their eyes on him, disputed about Homoousion and Homoiousion, and grimaced and pretended to be very fierce and exact, to hide how much they were frightened and how little they knew, and because they did not dare to lay violent hands upon that usurper of the empire of the world. And from that day forth, the Christian churches have been damned and lost. Kept churches, lackey churches, Roman, Russian, Anglican, it matters not. My church indeed was twice sold, for it doubled the sin of Nicaea, and gave itself over to Henry and Elizabeth while it shammed a dispute about the sacraments. No one cared really about transubstantiation any more than the earlier betrayers cared about consubstantiality. That dispute did but serve to mask the betrayal. He turned to the listening angel. What can you show me of my church that I do not know? Why, we Anglican bishops get our sees as footmen get a job. For months, Victoria, that old German Frau, delayed me because of some tittle-tattle. The things we are! Snape, who afterwards became Bishop of Burnham, used to waylay the Prince Consort when he was riding in Hyde Park and give him, he boasts, a good loud cheer, and then he would run very fast across the park so as to catch him as he came round and do it again. It is to that sort of thing that we bearers of the light have sunken. I have always despised that poor toady, the bishop went on, and yet here am I, and God has called me and shown me the light of his countenance, and for a month I have faltered. That is the mystery of the human heart, that it can and does sin against the light. What right have I, who have seen the light and failed, what right have I to despise any other human being? I seem to have been held back by a sort of paralysis. Men are so small still, that they cannot keep hold of the vision of God. That is why I want to see God again. But if it were not for this strange drug that seems for a little while to lift my mind above the confusion and personal entanglements of every day, I doubt if even now I could be here. I am here, passionate to hold this moment and keep the light. As this inspiration passes, I shall go back, I know, to my home and my place and my limitations. The littleness of men, the forgetfulness of men. I want to know what my chief duty is, to have it plain, in terms so plain that I can never forget. See this in the world, he said, turning to the globe, while Chinese merchants and Turkish troopers, school-board boys and Norwegian fishermen, half-trained nurses and Boer farmers are full of the Spirit of God. See how the priests of the churches of Nicaea spend their time. And now it was the bishop whose dark hands ran over the great silver globe, and it was the angel who stood over him and listened, as a teacher might stand over a child who is learning a lesson. The bishop's hand rested for a second on a cardinal who was planning a political intrigue to produce a reaction in France, then for a moment on a Pomeranian pastor who was going out to his well-tilled fields with his Sunday sermon, full of fierce hatred of England, still echoing in his head. Then he paused at a mullah preaching the jihad, in doubt whether he too wasn't a German pastor, and then at an Anglican clergyman still lying abed and thinking out a great mission of repentance and hope that should restore the authority of the established church by incoherent missioning, without any definite sin indicated for repentance, nor any clear hope for anything in particular arising out of such activities. The bishop's hand went seeking to and fro, but nowhere could he find any religious teacher, any religious body rousing itself to meet the new dawn of faith in the world. Some few men, indeed, seemed thoughtful, but within the limitation of their vows. Everywhere it was church and creed and nation and king and property and partisanship, and nowhere was it the true God that the priests and teachers were upholding. It was always the common, unhampered man through whom the light of God was breaking. It was always the creed and the organization of the religious professionals that stood in the way of God. God is putting the priests aside, he cried, and reaching out to common men. The churches do not serve God. They stand between man and God. They are like great barricades on the way to God. The bishop's hand brushed over Archbishop Pontifex, who was just coming down to breakfast in his palace. This pompous old man was dressed in a purple garment that set off his tall figure very finely, and he was holding out his episcopal ring for his guests to kiss, that being the customary morning greeting of Archbishop Pontifex. The thought of that ring-kissing had made much hard work at lower levels worthwhile to Archbishop Pontifex. And 70 miles away from him, old Leichmann breakfasted in bed on Benger's food, and searched his Greek Testament for tags to put to his letters. And here was the familiar palace at Princhester, and in an armchair in his bedroom sat Bishop Scrope, insensible and motionless, in a trance in which he was dreaming of the coming God. I see my futility. I see my vanity, but what am I to do? He said, turning to the darkness that now wrapped about the angel again, fold upon fold. The implications of yesterday bind me for the morrow. This is my world. This is what I am and what I am in. How can I save myself? How can I turn from these habits and customs and obligations to the service of the one true God? When I see myself, then I understand how it is with the others. All we priests and teachers are men caught in nets. I would serve God. Easily said, but how am I to serve God? How am I to help and forward his coming, to make myself part of his coming? He perceived that he was returning into himself, and that the vision of the sphere and of the starry spaces was fading into non-existence. He struggled against this return. He felt that his demand was still unanswered. His wife's face had suddenly come very close to him, and he realized she intervened between him and that solution. What was she doing here? 9. The great angel seemed still to be near at hand. Limitless space was all about him, and yet the bishop perceived that he was now sitting in the armchair in his bedroom in the palace of Princhester. He was both there and not there. It seemed now as if he had two distinct yet kindred selves, and that the former watched the latter. The latter was now awakening to the things about him. The former marked his gestures and listened with an entire detachment to the words he was saying. These words he was saying to Lady Ella. God is coming to rule the world, I tell you. We must leave the church. Close to him sat Lady Ella, watching him with an expression in which dismay and resolution mingled. Upon the other side of him, upon a little occasional table, was a tray with breakfast things. He was no longer the watcher now, but the watched. Lady Ella bent towards him as he spoke. She seemed to struggle with and dismiss his astonishing statement. "Edward," she said, "you have been taking a drug." He looked round at his night-table to see the little phial. It had gone. Then he saw that Lady Ella held it very firmly in her hand. "Dunk came to me in great distress. He said you were insensible and breathing heavily. I came, I realized. I told him to say nothing to anyone, but to fetch me a tray with your breakfast. I have kept all the other servants away, and I have waited here by you. Dunk, I think, is safe. You have been muttering and moving your head from side to side." The bishop's mind was confused. He felt as though God must be standing just outside the room. "I have failed in my duty," he said, "but I am very near to God." He laid his hand on her arm. "You know, Ella, he is very close to us." She looked perplexed. He sat up in his chair. "For some months now," he said, "there have been new forces at work in my mind. I have been invaded by strange doubts and still stranger realizations. This old church of ours is an empty mask. God is not specially concerned in it." "Edward," she cried, "what are you saying?" "I have been hesitating to tell you, but I see now I must tell you plainly. Our church is a cast hull. It is like the empty skin of a snake. God has gone out of it." She rose to her feet. She was so horrified that she staggered backward, pushing her chair behind her. "But you are mad," she said. He was astonished at her distress. He stood up also. "My dear," he said, "I can assure you I am not mad. I should have prepared you, I know." She looked at him wild-eyed. Then she glanced at the phial gripped in her hand. "Oh!" she exclaimed, and going swiftly to the window emptied out the contents of the little bottle. He realized what she was doing too late to prevent her. "Don't waste that," he cried, and stepping forward caught hold of her wrist. The phial fell from her white fingers and crashed upon the rough paved garden path below. "My dear," he cried, "my dear, you do not understand." They stood face to face. "It was a tonic," he said. "I have been ill. I need it." "It is a drug," she answered. "You have been uttering blasphemies." He dropped her arm and walked halfway across the room. Then he turned and faced her. "They are not blasphemies," he said, "but I ought not to have surprised you and shocked you as I have done. I want to tell you of changes that have happened to my mind." "Now!" she exclaimed, and then, "I will not hear them now, until you are better, until these fumes—" Her manner changed. "Oh, Edward," she cried, "why have you done this? Why have you taken things secretly? I know you have been sleepless, but I have been so ready to help you. I have been willing. You know I have been willing for any help. My life is all to be of use to you." "Is there any reason," she pleaded, "why you should have hidden things from me?" He stood remorseful and distressed. "I should have talked to you," he said lamely. "Edward," she said, laying her hands on his shoulders, "will you do one thing for me? Will you try to eat a little breakfast and stay here? I will go down to Mr. Whipham and arrange whatever is urgent with him. Perhaps if you rest. There is nothing really imperative until the confirmation in the afternoon. I do not understand all this. For some time I have felt it was going on, but of that we can talk. The thing now is that people should not know, that nothing should be seen. Suppose, for instance, that horrible white-black bird were to hear of it. I implore you, if you rest here, and if I were to send for that young doctor who attended Miriam—" "I don't want a doctor," said the bishop. "But you ought to have a doctor." "I won't have a doctor," said the bishop. It was with a perplexed but powerless dissent that the externalized perceptions of the bishop witnessed his agreement with the rest of Lady Ella's proposals so soon as this point about the doctor was conceded. 10. For the rest of that day, until his breakdown in the cathedral, the sense of being in two places at the same time haunted the bishop's mind. He stood beside the angel in the great space amidst the stars, and at the same time he was back in his ordinary life. He was in his palace at Princhester, first resting in his bedroom and talking to his wife, and presently taking up the routines of his duties again in his study downstairs. His chief task was to finish his 2 addresses for the confirmation services of the day. He read over his notes and threw them aside and remained for a time thinking deeply. The Greek tags at the end of Leichmann's letter came into his thoughts. They assumed a quality of peculiar relevance to this present occasion. He repeated the words epitelesiae, epiphausiae. He took his little testament to verify them. After some slight trouble, he located the 2 texts. The first, from Philippians, ran in the old version. "He that hath begun a good work in you will perform it." The second was expressed thus: "Christ shall give thee light." He was dissatisfied with these renderings, and resorted to the revised version, which gave perfect instead of perform, and shall shine upon you, for give thee light. He reflected profoundly for a time. Then suddenly his addresses began to take shape in his mind, and these little points lost any significance. He began to write rapidly, and as he wrote he felt the angel stood by his right hand and read and approved what he was writing. There were moments when his mind seemed to be working entirely beyond his control. He had a transitory questioning whether this curious intellectual automatism was not perhaps what people meant by inspiration. 11. The bishop had always been sensitive to this secret fount of pathos that is hidden in the spectacle of youth. Long years ago, when he and Lady Ella had been in Florence, he had been moved to tears by the beauty of the fresh-faced, eager Tobit who runs beside the great angel in the picture of Botticelli. And suddenly, and almost as uncontrollably, that feeling returned at the sight of the young congregation below him, of all these scores of neophytes who were gathered to make a public acknowledgment of God. The war has invested all youth now with the shadow of tragedy. Before it came, many of us were a little envious of youth and a little too assured of its certainty of happiness. All that has changed. Fear and a certain tender solicitude mingle in our regard for every child. Not a lad we pass in the street but may presently be called to face such pain and stress and danger as no ancient hero ever knew. The patronage, the insolent condescension of age, has vanished out of the world. It is dreadful to look upon the young. He stood surveying the faces of the young people as the rector read the preface to the confirmation service. How simple they were, how innocent. Some were a little flushed by the excitement of the occasion, some a little pallid. But they were all such tender faces, so soft in outline, so fresh and delicate in texture and colour. They had soft, credulous mouths. Some glanced sideways at one another. Some listened with a forced intentness. The expression of one good-looking boy, sitting in a corner scat, struck the bishop as being curiously defiant. He stood very erect. He blinked his eyes as though they smarted. His lips were compressed bitterly. And then it seemed to the bishop that the angel stood beside him and gave him understanding. "He is here," the bishop knew, because he could not avoid coming. He tried to excuse himself. His mother wept. What could he do? But the Church's teaching nowadays fails even to grip the minds of boys. The rector came to the end of his preface. "They will evermore endeavour themselves faithfully to observe such things as they by their own confession have assented unto." "Like a smart solicitor pinning them down," said the bishop to himself, and then roused himself, unrolled the little paper in his hand, leant forward, and straightway began his first address. Nowadays it is possible to say very unorthodox things indeed in an Anglican pulpit unchallenged. There remains no alert doctrinal criticism in the church congregations. It was possible, therefore, for the bishop to say all that follows without either hindrance or disturbance. The only opposition, indeed, came from within, from a sense of dreamlike incongruity between the place and the occasion and the things that he found himself delivering. "All ceremonies," he began, "grow old. All ceremonies are tainted even from the first by things less worthy than their first intention, and you, my dear sons and daughters, who have gathered today in this worn and ancient building, beneath these monuments to ancient vanities and these symbols of forgotten or abandoned theories about the mystery of God, will do well to distinguish in your minds between what is essential and what is superfluous and confusing in this dedication you make of yourselves to God, our Master and King. For that is the real thing you seek to do today, to give yourselves to God. This is your spiritual coming of age, in which you set aside your childish dependence upon teachers and upon taught phrases, upon rote and direction, and stand up to look your Master in the face. You profess a great brotherhood when you do that, a brotherhood that goes round the earth, that numbers men of every race and nation and country, that aims to bring God into all the affairs of this world and make him not only the king of your individual lives, but the king, in place of all the upstarts, usurpers, accidents, and absurdities who bear crowns and sceptres today, of an united mankind." He paused, and in the pause he heard a little rustle, as though the congregation before him was sitting up in its places, a sound that always nerves and reassures an experienced preacher. This, my dear children, is the reality of this grave business today, as indeed it is the real and practical end of all true religion. This is your sacrament urn, your soldier's oath. You salute and give your fealty to the coming kingdom of God. And upon that I would have you fix your minds to the exclusion of much that I know only too well has been narrow and evil and sectarian in your preparation for this solemn rite. God is like a precious jewel found among much rubble. You must cast the rubble from you. The crowning triumph of the human mind is simplicity. The supreme significance of God lies in his unity and universality. The God you salute today is the God of the Jews and Gentiles alike, the God of Islam, the God of the Brahmo Somaj, the unknown God of many a righteous unbeliever. He is not the God of those felted theologies and inexplicable doctrines with which your teachers may have confused your minds. I would have it very clear in your minds that having drunken the draught you should not reverence unduly the cracked old vessel that has brought it to your lips. I should be falling short of my duty if I did not make that, and everything I mean by that, altogether plain to you. He saw the lad whose face of dull defiance he had marked before, sitting now with a startled interest in his eyes. The bishop leant over the desk before him and continued in the persuasive tone of a man who speaks of things too manifest for laboured argument. In all ages religion has come from God through broad-minded, creative men, and in all ages it has befallen very quickly into the hands of intense and conservative men. These last, narrow, fearful, and suspicious, have sought in every age to save the precious gift of religion by putting it into a prison of formulae and asseverations. Bear that in mind when you are pressed to definition. It is as if you made a box hermetically sealed to save the treasure of a fresh breeze from the sea. But they have sought out exact statements and tortuous explanations of the plain truth of God. They have tried to take down God in writing, to commit him to documents, to embalm his living faith as though it would otherwise corrupt. So they have lost God and fallen into endless differences, disputes, violence, and darkness about insignificant things. They have divided religion between this creed and teacher and that. The corruption of the best is the worst, said Aristotle, and the great religions of the world, and especially this Christianity of ours, are the ones most darkened and divided and wasted by the fussings and false exactitudes of the creed-monger and the sectary. There is no lie so bad as a stale, disfigured truth. There is no heresy so damnable as a narrow orthodoxy. All religions, associations carry this danger of the overstatement that misstates and the overemphasis that divides and betrays. Beware of the danger. Do not imagine, because you are gathered in this queerly beautiful old building today, because I preside here in this odd raiment of an odder compromise, because you see about you in coloured glass and carven stone the emblems of much vain disputation, that thereby you cut yourselves off and come apart from the great world of faith, Catholic, Islamic, Brahmanistic, Buddhistic, that grows now to a common consciousness of the near advent of God our King. You enter that waiting world for eternity now. You do not leave it. This place, this church of ours, should be to you not a seclusion and a fastness, but a door. I could quote you a score of instances to establish that this simple universalism was also the teaching of Christ. But now I will only remind you that it was Mary who went to her Lord simply, who was commended, and not Martha, who troubled about many things. Learn from the Mary of faith, and not from these Marthas of the creeds. Let us abandon the presumptions of an ignorant past. The perfection of doctrine is not for finite men. Give yourselves to God. Give yourselves to God. Not to churches and uses, but to God. To God simply. He is the first word of religion and the last. He is Alpha. He is Omega. Epitelesai. It is He who will finish the good work begun. The bishop ended his address in a vivid silence. Then he began his interrogation. Do you here, in the presence of God and of this congregation, renew the solemn promise and vow that was made in your name at your baptism, ratifying and confirming the same in your own persons, and acknowledging yourselves? He stopped short. The next words were, bound to believe and do all those things which your godfathers and godmothers then undertook for you. He could not stand those words. He hesitated, and then substituted. Acknowledge yourselves to be the true servants of the one God, who is the Lord of mankind. For a moment silence hung in the cathedral. Then one voice, a boy's voice, led a ragged response. I do. Then the bishop. Our help is in the name of the Lord. The congregation answered doubtfully, with a glance at its prayer books. Who hath made heaven and earth? The bishop. Blessed be the name of the Lord. The congregation said, with returning confidence, henceforth, world without end. 12. Before his second address, the bishop had to listen to Veni Creator Spiritus in its English form, and it seemed to him the worst of all possible hymns. Its defects became monstrously exaggerated to his hypersensitive mind. It impressed him in its English travesty as a grotesque, as a veritable Charlie Chaplin among hymns. And in truth it does stick out most awkward feet. It misses its accusatives. It catches absurdly upon points of abstruse doctrine. The great angel stood motionless and ironical at the bishop's elbow while it was being sung. Your church, he seemed to say. We must end this sort of thing, whispered the bishop. We must end this sort of thing, absolutely. He glanced at the faces of the singers, and it became beyond all other things urgent that he should lift them once for all above the sectarian dogmatism of that hymn to a simple vision of God's light. He roused himself to the touching business of the laying on of hands. While he did so, the prepared substance of his second address was running through his mind. The following prayer and collects he read without difficulty, and so came to his second address. His disposition at first was explanatory. When I spoke to you just now, he began, I fell unintentionally into the use of a Greek word, epitelesai. It was written to me in a letter from a friend with another word that also I am now going to quote to you. This letter touched very closely upon the things I want to say to you now, and so these two words are very much in my mind. The former one was taken from the Epistle to the Philippians. It signifies, He will complete the work begun. The one I have now in mind comes from the Epistle to the Ephesians. It is Epiphausiae, or, to be fuller, Epiphausiae soi ho Christos, which signifies that he will shine upon us. And this is very much in my thoughts now, because I do believe that this world, which seemed so very far from God a little while ago, draws near now to an unexampled dawn. God is at hand. It is your privilege, it is your grave and terrible position, that you have been born at the very end and collapse of a negligent age, of an age of sham kingship, sham freedom, relaxation, evasion, greed, waste, falsehood, and sinister preparation. Your lives open out in the midst of the breakdown for which that age prepared. To you, negligence is no longer possible. There is cold and darkness. There is the heat of the furnace before you. You will live amidst extremes such as our youth never knew. Whatever betide, you of your generation will have small chance of living untempered lives. Our country is at war, and half mankind is at war. Death and destruction trample through the world. Men rot and die by the million. Food diminishes and fails. There is a wasting away of all the hoarded resources, of all the accumulated well-being of mankind. And there is no clear prospect yet of any end to this enormous and frightful conflict. Why did it ever arise? What made it possible? It arose because men had forgotten God. It was possible because they worshipped simulacra, were loyal to phantoms of race and empire, permitted themselves to be ruled and misled by idiot princes and usurper kings. Their minds were turned from God, who alone can rule and unite mankind, and so they have passed from the glare and follies of those former years into the darkness and anguish of the present day. And in darkness and anguish they will remain until they turn to that King who comes to rule them, until the sword and indignation of God have overthrown their misleaders and oppressors, and the justice of God, the kingdom of God, set high over the republics of mankind, has brought peace for ever to the world. It is to this militant and immanent God, to this immortal captain, this undying lawgiver, that you devote yourselves today. For he is immanent now. He comes. I have seen in the east and the west the hearts and the minds and the wills of men turning to him as surely as when a needle is magnetized it turns towards the north. Even now, as I preach to you here, God stands over us all, ready to receive us. And as he said these words, the long nave of the cathedral, the shadows of its fretted roof, the brown choir with its golden screen, the rows of seated figures, became like some picture cast upon a flimsy and translucent curtain. Once more it seemed to the bishop that he saw God plain. Once more the glorious effulgence poured about him, and the beautiful and wonderful conquest of men's hearts and lives was manifest to him. He lifted up his hands and cried to God, and with an emotion so profound, an earnestness so commanding, that very many of those who were present turned their faces to see the figure to which he looked and spoke. And some of the children had a strange persuasion of a presence there, as of a divine figure, militant, armed, and serene. O God, our leader and our master and our friend, the bishop prayed, forgive our imperfection and our little motives. Take us and make us one with thy great purpose. Use us and do not reject us. Make us all here servants of thy kingdom. Weave our lives into thy struggle to conquer and to bring peace and union to the world. We are small and feeble creatures. We are feeble in speech, feeble in action. Nevertheless, let but thy light shine upon us, and there is not one of us who cannot be lit by that fire, and who cannot lose himself in thy salvation. Take us into thy purpose, O God. Let thy kingdom come into our hearts and into this world. His voice ceased, and he stood for a measurable time with his arms extended and his face upturned. The golden clouds that whirled and eddied so splendidly in his brain thinned out. His sense of God's immediacy faded and passed, and he was left aware of the cathedral pulpit in which he stood so strangely posed, and of the astonished congregation below him. His arms sank to his side. His eyes fell upon the book in front of him, and he felt for and gripped the two upper corners of it, and, regardless of the common order and practice, read out the benediction, changing the words involuntarily as he read. The blessing of God, who is the Father, the Son, the Spirit, and the King of all mankind, be upon you and remain with you forever. Amen. Then he looked again, as if to look once more upon that radiant vision of God. But now he saw only the clear, cool space of the cathedral vault, and the coloured glass and tracery of the great rose window. And then, As the first notes of the organ came pealing above the departing stir of the congregation, he turned about and descended slowly, like one who is still half dreaming, from the pulpit. 13. In the vestry he found Canon Bliss. "Help me to take off these garments," the bishop said. "I shall never wear them again." "You are ill," said the canon, scrutinizing his face. "Not ill, but the word was taken out of my mouth. I perceive now that I have been in a trance in which the truth is real. It is a fearful thing to find oneself among realities. It is a dreadful thing when God begins to haunt a priest. I can never minister in the church again." Whipham thrust forward a chair for the bishop to sit down. The bishop felt now extraordinarily fatigued. He sat down heavily and rested his wrists on the arms of the chair. "Already," he resumed presently, "I begin to forget what it was I said." "You became excited," said Bliss, "and spoke very loudly and clearly." "What did I say?" "I don't know what you said. I have forgotten. I never want to remember. Things about the second advent. Dreadful things. You said God was close at hand. Happily you spoke partly in Greek. I doubt if any of those children understood. And you had a kind of lapse, an aphasia. You mutilated the interrogation, and you did not pronounce the benediction properly. You changed words, and you put in words. One sat, frozen, waiting for what would happen next." "We must postpone the Pringle confirmation," said Whipham. "I wonder to whom I could telephone." Lady Ella appeared and came and knelt down by the bishop's chair. "I never ought to have let this happen," she said, taking his wrists in her hands. "You are in a fever, dear." "It seemed entirely natural to say what I did," the bishop declared. Lady Ella looked up at Bliss. "A doctor has been sent for," said the canon to Lady Ella. "I must speak to the doctor," said Lady Ella, as if her husband could not hear her. "There is something that will make things clearer to the doctor. I must speak to the doctor for a moment before he sees him." Came a gust of pretty sounds and a flash of bright colour that shamed the rich vestments at hand. Over the shoulder of the rector and quite at the back appeared Lady Sunderbund, resolutely invading the vestry. The rector intercepted her, stood broad with extended arms. "I must come in and speak to him, if it is only for a moment." The bishop looked up and saw Lady Ella's expression. Lady Ella was sitting up very stiffly, listening but not looking round. A vague horror and a passionate desire to prevent the entry of Lady Sunderbund at any cost seized upon the bishop. She would, he felt, be the last overwhelming complication. He descended to a base subterfuge. He lay back in his chair slowly as though he unfolded himself. He covered his eyes with his hand and then groaned aloud. "Leave me alone," he cried in a voice of agony. "Leave me alone. I can see no one. I can no more." There was a momentous silence, and then the tumult of Lady Sunderbund receded. Chapter the 8th. The New World. 1. That night the bishop had a temperature of 100.5. The doctor pronounced him to be in a state of intense mental excitement, aggravated by some drug. He was a doctor modern and clear-minded enough to admit that he could not identify the drug. Everyone overruled, the bishop's declaration that he had done with the church, that he could never mock God with his episcopal ministrations again, that he must proceed at once with his resignation. "Don't think of these things," said the doctor. Banish them from your mind until your temperature is down to 98. Then, after a rest, you may go into them. Lady Ella insisted upon his keeping his room. It was with difficulty that he got her to admit Whipham, and Whipham was exasperatingly in order. "You need not trouble about anything now, my lord," he said. "Everything will keep until you are ready to attend to it. It's well we are through with Easter. Bishop Buncombe of Eastern Blaudisia was coming here anyhow. And there is Canon Bliss. There's only 2 ordination candidates because of the war. We'll get on swimmingly." The bishop thought he would like to talk to those 2 ordination candidates, but they prevailed upon him not to do so. He lay for the best part of one night confiding remarkable things to 2 imaginary ordination candidates. He developed a marked liking for Eleanor's company. She was home again now after a visit to some friends. It was decided that the best thing to do with him would be to send him away in her charge. A journey abroad was impossible. France would remind him too dreadfully of the war. His own mind turned suddenly to the sweet air of Hunstanton. He had gone there at times to read, in the old Cambridge days. "It is a terribly ugly place," he said, "but it is wine in the veins." Lady Ella was doubtful about Zeppelins. Thrice they had been right over Hunstanton already. They came in by the easy landmark of the Wash. "I will interest him," said Eleanor, who knew her father better. 2. One warm and still and sunny afternoon, the bishop found himself looking out upon the waters of the Wash. He sat where the highest pebble layers of the beach reached up to a little cliff of sandy earth, perhaps a foot high, and he looked upon sands and sea and sky, and saw that they were beautiful. He was a little black-gated object in a scene of the most exquisite and delicate colour. Right and left of him stretched the low, grey, salted shore, pale banks of marly earth surmounted by green-grey, wiry grass that held and was half buried in fine-blown sand. Above, the heavens made a complete hemisphere of blue in which a series of remote cumulus clouds floated and dissolved. Before him spread the long levels of the sands, and far away at its utmost ebb was the sea. Eleanor had gone to explore the black ribs of a wrecked fishing boat that lay at the edge of a shallow lagoon. She was a little pink-footed figure, very bright and apparently transparent. She had reverted for a time to shameless childishness. She had hidden her stockings among the reeds of the bank, and she was running to and fro, from starfish to razor-shell, and from cockle to weed. The shingle was pale, drab, and purple close at hand, but to the westward, towards Hunstanton, the sands became brown and purple, and were presently broken up into endless skerries of low, flat, weed-covered boulders and little intensely blue pools. The sea was a band of sapphire that became silver to the west. It met the silver-shining sands in one delicate breathing edge of intensely white foam. Remote to the west, very small and black and clear against the afternoon sky, was a cart, and about it was a score or so of mussel-gatherers. A little nearer, on an apparently empty stretch of shining wet sand, a multitude of gulls was mysteriously busy. These 2 groups of activities and Eleanor's flitting translucent movements did but set off and emphasize the immense and soothing tranquillity. For a long time the bishop sat passively receptive to this healing beauty. Then a little flow of thought began and gathered in his mind. He had come out to think over 2 letters that he had brought with him. He drew these now rather reluctantly from his pocket, and after a long pause over the envelopes began to read them. He reread Lykman's letter first. Lykman could not forgive him. "My dear Scrope," he wrote, "your explanation explains nothing. This sensational declaration of infidelity to our Mother Church, made under the most damning and distressing circumstances, in the presence of young and tender minds entrusted to your ministrations, and in defiance of the honourable engagements implied in the confirmation service, confirms my worst apprehensions of the weaknesses of your character. I have always felt the touch of theatricality in your temperament, the peculiar craving to be pseudo-deeper, pseudo-simpler than us all, the need of personal excitement. I know that you were never quite contented to believe in God at second hand. You wanted to be taken notice of, personally. Except for some hints to you, I have never breathed a word of these doubts to any human being. I have always hoped that the ripening that comes with years and experience would give you an increasing strength against the dangers of emotionalism and against your strong, deep, quiet sense of your exceptional personal importance. The bishop read thus far and then sat reflecting. Was it just? He had many weaknesses, but had he this egotism? No, that wasn't the justice of the case. The old man, bitterly disappointed, was endeavouring to wound. Scrope asked himself whether he was to blame for that disappointment. That was a more difficult question. He dismissed the charge at last, crumpled up the letter in his hand, and after a moment's hesitation flung it away. But he remained acutely sorry, not so much for himself as for the revelation of Likeman this letter made. He had had a great affection for Likeman, and suddenly it was turned into a wound. Three. The second letter was from Lady Sunderbund, and it was an altogether more remarkable document. Lady Sunderbund wrote on a notepaper that was evidently the result of a perverse research, but she wrote a letter far more coherent than her speech, and without that curious falling away of the R's that flavoured even her gravest observations with an unjust faint aroma of absurdity. She wrote with a thin pen in a rounded boyish handwriting. She italicized with slashes of the pen. He held this letter in both hands between his knees, and considered it now with an expression that brought his eyebrows forward until they almost met, and that tucked in the corners of his mouth. "My dear Bishop," it began, "I keep thinking and thinking and thinking of that wonderful service, of the wonderful, wonderful things you said, and the wonderful choice you made of the moment to say them, when all those young lives were coming to the great serious thing in life. It was most beautifully done. At any rate, dear Bishop and teacher, it was most beautifully begun. And now we all stand to you like creditors, because you have given us so much that you owe us ever so much more. You have started us, and you have to go on with us. You have broken the shell of the old church, and here we are running about with nowhere to go. You have to make the shelter of a new church now for us, purged of errors, looking straight to God. The King of mankind, what a wonderful, wonderful phrase that is. It says everything. Tell us more of him and more. Count me first, not foremost, but just the little one that runs in first among your disciples. They say you are resigning your position in the church. Of course, that must be true. You are coming out of it. What did you call it? Coming out of the cracked old vessel from which you have poured the living waters. I called on Lady Ella yesterday. She did not tell me very much. I think she is very reserved as well as a very dignified woman, but she said that you intended to go to London. In London, then, I suppose you will set up the first altar to the Divine King. I want to help. Dear Bishop and teacher, I want to help tremendously, with all my heart and all my soul. I want to be let to do things for you. The "you" was erased by 3 or 4 rapid slashes, and "our King" substituted. I want to be privileged to help build that first church of the world unified under God. It is a dreadful thing to say, but you see, I am very rich. This dreadful war has made me ever so much richer, steel and shipping and things. It is my trustees have done it. I am ashamed to be so rich. I want to give. I want to give and help this great beginning of yours. I want you to let me help on the temporal side to make it easy for you to stand forth and deliver your message, amidst suitable surroundings and without any horrid worries on account of the sacrifices you have made. Please do not turn my offering aside. I have never wanted anything so much in all my life as I want to make this gift. Unless I can make it, I feel that for me there is no salvation. I shall stick with my loads and loads of stocks and shares and horrid possessions outside the needle's eye. But if I could build a temple for God and just live somewhere near it, so as to be the poor woman who sweeps out the chapels and die perhaps and be buried under its floor. Don't smile at me. I mean every word of it. Years ago I thought of such a thing, after I had visited the Certosa di Pavia. Do you know it? So beautiful, and those two still alabaster figures, recumbent. But until now I could never see my way to any such service. Now I do. I am all afire to do it. Help me, tell me, let me stand behind you and make your mission possible. I feel I have come to the most wonderful phase in my life. I feel my call has come. I have written this letter over 3 times and torn each of them up. I do so want to say all this, and it is so desperately hard to say. I am full of tears that you despise me. I know there is a sort of high color about me, my passion for brightness. I am absurd, but inside of me is a soul, a real living, breathing soul, crying out to you. Oh, let me help, let me help. I will do anything, I will endure anything, if only I can keep hold of the vision splendid you gave me in the cathedral. I see it now day and night, the dream of the place I can make for you, and you preaching. My fingers itch to begin. The day before yesterday I said to myself, I am quite unworthy. I am a worldly woman, a rich, smart, decorated woman. He will never accept me as I am. I took off all my jewels, every one. I looked through all my clothes, and at last I decided I would have made for me a very simple, straight, grey dress, just as simple and straight and grey. Perhaps you will think that too is absurd of me, too self-conscious. I would not tell of it to you if I did not want you to understand how alive I am to my utter impossibilities, how resolved I am to do anything so that I may be able to serve. But never mind about silly me. Let me tell you how I see the new church. I think you ought to have some place near the center of London, not too west, for you might easily become fashionable, not too east, because you might easily be swallowed up in merely philanthropic work, but somewhere between the two. There must be vacant sites still to be got round about Kingsway, and there we must set up your tabernacle, a very plain, very simple, very beautifully proportioned building in which you can give your message. I know a young man, just a very young man, to do something of the sort, something quite new, quite modern, and yet solemn and serious. Lady Ella seemed to think you wanted to live somewhere in the northwest of London, but she would tell me very little. I seem to see you not there at all, not in anything between West End and suburb, but yourself as central as your mind in a kind of clergy house that will be part of the building. That is how it is in my dream, anyhow. All that, though, can be settled afterwards. My imagination and my desire is running away with me. It is no time yet for premature plans. Not that I am not planning day and night. This letter is simply to offer. I just want to offer. Here I am and all my worldly goods. Take me, I pray you, and not only pray you. Take me, I demand of you, in the name of God our King. I have a right to be used, and you have no right to refuse me. You have to go on with your message, and it is your duty to take me just as you are obliged to step on any stepping stone that lies on your way to do God's service. And so I am waiting. I shall be waiting on thorns. I know you will take your time and think, but do not take too much time. Think of me waiting. Your servant, your most humble helper in God, your God, Agatha Sunderbund. And then, scrawled along the margin of the last sheet, if, when you know, a telegram, even if you cannot say so much as agreed, still such a word as favorable. I just hang over the void until I hear. Agatha S. A letter demanding enormous deliberation. She argued closely in spite of her italics. It had never dawned upon the bishop before how light is the servitude of the disciple in comparison with the servitude of the master. In many ways this proposal repelled and troubled him. In many ways it attracted him. And the argument of his clear obligation to accept her cooperation gripped him. It was a good argument. And besides, it worked in very conveniently with certain other difficulties that perplexed him. 4. The bishop became aware that Eleanor was returning to him across the sands. She had made an end to her paddling. She had put on her shoes and stockings and become once more the grave and responsible young woman who had been taking care of him since his flight from Princhester. He replaced the 2 letters in his pocket and sat ready to smile as she drew near. He admired her open brow, the toss of her hair, and the poise of her head upon her neck. It was good to note that her hard reading at Cambridge hadn't bent her shoulders in the least. "Well, old Dad," she said as she drew near, "you've got back a colour." "I've got back everything. It's time I returned to Princhester." "Not in this weather, not for a day or so." She flung herself at his feet. "Consider your overworked little daughter. Oh, how good this is." "No," said the bishop in a grave tone that made her look into his face. "I must go back." He met her clear gaze. "What do you think of all this business, Eleanor?" he asked abruptly. "Do you think I had a sort of fit in the cathedral?" He winced as he asked the question. "Daddy," she said after a little pause, "the things you said and did that afternoon were the noblest you ever did in your life. I wish I'd been there. It must have been splendid to be there. I've not told you before. I've been dying to. I'd promised not to say a word, not to remind you. I promised the doctor. But now you ask me, now you are well again, I can tell you. Kitty Kingdom has told me all about it, how it felt. It was like light and order coming into a hopeless dark muddle. What you said was like what we have all been trying to think. I mean, all of us young people. Suddenly it was all clear." She stopped short. She was breathless with the excitement of her confession. Her father, too, remained silent for a little while. He was reminded of his weakness. He was, he perceived, still a little hysterical. He felt that he might weep at her youthful enthusiasm if he did not restrain himself. "I'm glad," he said, and patted her shoulder. "I'm glad, Nora." She looked away from him out across the lank brown sands and water pools to the sea. "It was what we have all been feeling our way towards, the absolute simplification of religion, the absolute simplification of politics and social duty. Just God the King." "But should I have said that? In the cathedral?" She felt no scruples. "You had to," she said. "But now I think what it means," he said. "I must leave the church." "As a man strips off his coat for a fight? That doesn't dismay you?" She shook her head and smiled confidently to sea and sky. "I'm glad you're with me," he said. "Sometimes I think I'm not a very self-reliant man." "You'll have all the world with you," she was convinced, "in a little time." Perhaps rather a longer time than you think, Nora. In the meantime, she turned to him once more. In the meantime, there are a great many things to consider. Young people, they say, never think of the transport that is needed to win a battle. I have it in my mind that I should leave the church, but I can't just walk out into the marketplace and begin preaching there. I see the family furniture being carried out of the palace and put into vans. It has to go somewhere. I suppose you will go to London? Possibly. In fact, certainly. I have a plan, or at least an opportunity. But that isn't what I have most in mind. These things are not done without emotion and a considerable strain upon one's personal relationships. I do not think your mother sees things as we do. She will, said young enthusiasm, when she understands. I wish she did. But I have been unlucky in the circumstances of my explanations to her. And of course you understand all this means risks. Poverty, perhaps. Going without things. Travel, opportunity, nice possessions, for all of us. A loss of position, too. All this sort of thing. He stuck out a gated calf and smiled. We'll have to go. People, some of them, may be disagreeable to us. After all, Daddy, she said, smiling, it isn't so bad as the cross and the lions and burning pitch. And you have the truth. You do believe. He left his sentence unfinished. She nodded, her face aglow. We know you have the truth. Of course, in my own mind, now it is very clear, I had a kind of illumination. He would have tried to tell her of his vision, and he was too shy. It came to me suddenly that the whole world was in confusion because men followed after 1,000 different immediate aims, when really it was quite easy. If only one could be simple, it was quite easy to show that nearly all men could only be fully satisfied and made happy in themselves by one single aim, which was also the aim that would make the whole world one great order, and that aim was to make God king of one's heart and the whole world. I saw that all this world, except for a few base monstrous spirits, was suffering hideous things because of this war, and before the war it was full of folly, waste, social injustice, and suspicion for the same reason, because it had not realized the kingship of God. And that is so simple. The essence of God is simplicity. The sin of this war lies with men like myself, men who set up to tell people about God more than it lies with any other class. Kings, she interjected. Diplomatists? Finance? Yes. Those men could only work mischief in the world because the priests and teachers let them. All things human lie at last at the door of the priest and teacher, who differentiate, who qualify and complicate, who make mean unnecessary elaborations, and so divide mankind. If it were not for the weakness and wickedness of the priests, everyone would know and understand God. Everyone who was modest enough not to set up for particular knowledge. Men disputed whether God is finite or infinite, whether he has a triple or a single aspect. How should they know? All we need to know is the face he turns to us. They impose their horrible creeds and distinctions. None of these things matter. Call him Christ the God, or call him simply God, Allah, heaven, it does not matter. He comes to us, we know, like a helper and friend. That is all we want to know. You may speculate further if you like, but it is not religion. They dispute whether he can set aside nature, but that is superstition. He is either master of nature and he knows that it is good, or he is part of nature and must obey. That is an argument for hair-splitting metaphysicians. Either answer means the same for us. It does not matter which way we come to believe that he does not idly set the course of things aside. Obviously, he does not set the course of things aside. What does he do for certain to give us courage and save us from our selfishness and the bitter hell it makes for us? And everyone knows, too, what sort of things we want, and for what end we want to escape from ourselves. We want to do right. And right, if you think clearly, is just truth within and service without, the service of God's kingdom, which is mankind, the service of human needs and the increase of human power and experience. It is all perfectly plain. It is all quite easy for anyone to understand who isn't misled and chattered at and threatened and poisoned by evil priests and teachers. And are you going to preach that, Daddy? If I can. When I am free, you know I have still to resign and give up. I shall make that my message. And so God comes. God comes as men perceive him in his simplicity. Let men but see God simply, and forthwith God and his kingdom possess the world. She looked out to sea in silence for a while. Then she turned to her father. And you think that his kingdom will come, perhaps in quite a little time, perhaps in our lifetimes? And that all these ridiculous or wicked little kings and emperors, these political parties, and these policies and conspiracies, and this nationalist nonsense, and all the patriotism and rowdyism, all the private profit-seeking and every baseness in life, all the things that it is so horrible and disgusting to be young among and powerless among, you think they will fade before him? The bishop pulled his faith together. They will fade before him, but whether it will take a lifetime or 100 lifetimes or 1,000 lifetimes, my Nora— He smiled and left his sentence unfinished, and she smiled back at him to show she understood. And then he confessed further, because he did not want to seem merely sentimentally hopeful. When I was in the cathedral, Nora, and just before that service, it seemed to me it was very real. It seemed that perhaps the kingdom of God is nearer than we suppose, that it needs but the faith and courage of a few, and it may be that we may even live to see the dawning of his kingdom, even, who knows, the sunrise. I'm so full of faith and hope that I fear to be hopeful with you, but whether it is near or far, we work for it, said Eleanor. Eleanor thought, eyes downcast for a little while, and then looked up. It's so wonderful to talk to you like this, Daddy. In the old days I didn't dream. Before I went to Newnham, I misjudged you. I thought, never mind what I thought. It was silly. But now I'm so proud of you, and so happy to be back with you, Daddy, and find that your religion is, after all, just the same religion that I have been wanting. Chapter the 9th. The Third Vision. 1. One afternoon in October, 4 months and more after that previous conversation, the card of Mr. Edward Scrope was brought up to Dr. Brighton Pumphrey. The name awakened no memories. The doctor descended to discover a man so obviously in unaccustomed plain clothes that he had a momentary disagreeable idea that he was facing a detective. Then he saw that this secular disguise draped the familiar form of his old friend, the former Bishop of Princhester. Scrope was pale and a little untidy. He had already acquired something of the peculiar, slightly faded quality one finds in a don who has gone to Hampstead and fallen amongst advanced thinkers and got mixed up with the Fabian Society. His anxious eyes and faintly propitiatory manner suggested an impending appeal. Dr. Brighton Pumphrey had the savoir-faire of a successful consultant. He prided himself on being all things to all men, but just for an instant he was at a loss what sort of thing he had to be here. Then he adopted the genial, kindly, but by no means lavishly generous tone advisable in the case of a man who has suffered considerable social deterioration, without being very seriously to blame. Dr. Brighton Pumphrey was a little round-faced man with defective eyesight and an unsuitable nose for the glasses he wore, and he flaunted, God knows why, enormous side whiskers. "Well," he said, balancing the glasses skilfully by throwing back his head, "and how are you, and what can I do for you? There's no external evidence of trouble. You're looking lean and a little pale, but thoroughly fit." "Yes," said the late bishop, "I'm fairly fit." Only, said the doctor, smiling, his teeth with something of the manner of an old bathing woman who tells a child to jump. Well, I'm run down and worried. We'd better sit down, said the great doctor professionally, and looked hard at him. Then he pulled at the arm of a chair. The ex-bishop sat down, and the doctor placed himself between his patient and the light. This business of resigning my bishopric and so forth has involved very considerable strains, Scrope began, that I think is the essence of the trouble. One cuts so many associations. I did not realize how much feeling there would be. Difficulties, too, of readjusting one's position. Exactly, said the doctor, snapping his face and making his glasses vibrate. Run down. Want a tonic or a change? Yes, in fact, I want a particular tonic. Dr. Brighton Pumphrey made his eyes and mouth round and interrogative. While you were away last spring? Had to go, said the doctor. Unavoidable. Gas gangrene. Certain inquiries. These young investigators all very well in their way. But we older reputations. Experience. Maturity of judgment. Can't do without us. Yes? Well, I came here last spring and saw an assistant, I suppose he was, or a supply. Do you call them supplies in your profession? Named, I think, let me see, Dale. The doctor, as he uttered this word, set his face to the unaccustomed exercise of expressing malignity. His round blue eyes sought to blaze. Small cherubic muscles exerted themselves to pucker his brows. His colour became a violent pink. Lunatic, he said. Dangerous lunatic. He didn't do anything bad in your case, did he? He was evidently highly charged with grievance in this matter. That man was sent to me from Cambridge with the highest testimonials, the very highest. I had to go at 24 hours' notice. Inquiry, gas gangrene. There was nothing for it but to leave things in his hands. Dr. Brighton Pumphrey disavowed responsibility with an open, stumpy-fingered hand. He did me no particular harm, said Scrope. You are the first he spared, said Dr. Brighton Pumphrey. Was he unskilful? Unskilful is hardly the word. Were his methods peculiar? The little doctor sprang to his feet and began to pace about the room. Peculiar, he said. It was abominable that they should send him to me, abominable. He turned, with all the round knobs that constituted his face aglow. His side whiskers waved apart like wings about to flap. He protruded his face towards his seated patient. I am glad that he has been killed, he said. Glad. There. His glasses fell off, shocked beyond measure. He did not heed them. They swung about in front of him as if they sought to escape while he poured out his feelings. Fool, he spluttered with demonstrative gestures. Dangerous fool. His one idea to upset everybody. Drugs, sir, the most terrible drugs. I come back, find ladies, high social position, morphine maniacs. Others, reckless use of the most dangerous expedients. Cocaine not in it. Stimulants, violent stimulants. In the highest quarters, terrible, exalted persons. Royalty, anxious to be given war work and become anonymous. Horrible. He's been a terrible influence. One idea, to disturb soul and body, minds unhinged, personal relations deranged, shattered the practice of years. The harm he has done, the harm. He looked as though he was trying to burst. As a final expression of wrath, he failed. His hands felt trembling to recover his pince-nez. Then, from his tail pocket, he produced a large silk handkerchief and wiped the glasses. Replaced them, wriggled his head in his collar, running his fingers round his neck, patted his tie. Excuse this outbreak, he said, but Dr. Dale has inflicted injuries. Scrope got up, walked slowly to the window, clasping his hands behind his back, and turned. His manner still retained much of his episcopal dignity. I am sorry. But still, you can no doubt tell from your books what it was he gave me. It was a tonic that had a very great effect on me, and I need it badly now." Dr. Brighton Pumphrey was quite malignant. "He kept no diary at all," he said. "No diary at all." "But if he did," said Dr. Brighton Pumphrey, holding up a flat hand and wagging it from side to side, "I wouldn't follow his treatment." He intensified with the hand going faster. "I wouldn't follow his treatment, not under any circumstances." "Naturally," said Scrope, "if the results are what you say. But in my case it wasn't a treatment. I was sleepless, confused in my mind, wretched and demoralized. I came here, and he just produced the stuff. It clears the head, it clears the mind. One seems to get away from the cloud of things, to get through to essentials and fundamentals. It straightened me out. You must know such a stuff. Just now, confronted with all sorts of problems arising out of my resignation, I want that tonic effect again. I must have it. I have matters to decide, and I can't decide. I find myself uncertain, changeable from hour to hour. I don't ask you to take up anything of this man Dale's. This is a new occasion. But I want that drug." At the beginning of this speech, Dr. Brighton Pumphrey's hands had fallen to his hips. As Scrope went on, the doctor's pose had stiffened. His head had gone a little on one side. He had begun to play with his glasses. At the end he gave vent to one or two short coughs, and then pointed his words with his glasses held out. "Tell me," he said, "tell me, had this drug that cleared your head anything to do with your resignation?" And he put on his glasses disconcertingly, and threw his head back to watch the reply. "It did help to clear up the situation." "Exactly," said Dr. Brighton Pumphrey, in a tone that defined his own position with remorseless clearness. "Exactly." And he held up a flat, arresting hand. "My dear sir," he said, "how can you expect me to help you to a drug so disastrous, even if I could tell you what it is?" "But it was not disastrous to me," said Scrope. "Your extraordinary resignation, your still more extraordinary way of proclaiming it, I don't think those were disasters." "But, my dear sir—" "You don't want to discuss theology with me, I know, so let me tell you simply that from my point of view, the illumination that came to me, this drug of Dr. Dale's helping, has been the great release of my life. It crystallized my mind. It swept aside the confusing commonplace things about me. Just for a time, I saw truth clearly. I want to do so again." "Why?" "There is a crisis in my affairs, never mind what, but I cannot see my way clear." Dr. Brighton Pumphrey was meditating now with his eyes on his carpet and the corners of his mouth tucked in. He was swinging his glasses pendulum-wise. "Tell me," he said, looking sideways at Scrope, "what were the effects of this drug? It may have been anything. How did it give you this vision of the truth that led to your resignation?" Scrope felt a sudden shyness, but he wanted Dale's drug again so badly that he obliged himself to describe his previous experiences to the best of his ability. "It was," he said in a matter-of-fact tone, "a golden, transparent liquid, very golden, like a warm-tinted Chablis. When water was added, it became streaked and opalescent, with a kind of living quiver in it. I held it up to the light." "Yes, and when you took it?" "I felt suddenly clearer. My mind, I had a kind of exaltation and assurance." "Your mind," Dr. Brighton Pumphrey assisted, "began to go 29 to the dozen." "It felt stronger and clearer," said Scrope, sticking to his quest. "And did things look as usual?" asked the doctor, protruding his knobby little face like a clenched fist. "No," said Scrope, and regarded him. How much was it possible to tell a man of this type? "They differed," said the doctor, relaxing. "Yes. Well, to be plain, I had an immediate sense of God. I saw the world as if it were a transparent curtain, and then God became evident. Is it possible for that to determine the drug? God became evident, the doctor said with some distaste, and shook his head slowly. Then, in a sudden, sharp, cross-examining tone, "You mean you had a vision? Actually saw him?" It was in the form of a vision. Scrope was now mentally very uncomfortable indeed. The doctor's lips repeated these words noiselessly, with an effect of contempt. "He must have given you something. It's a little like morphia, but golden, opalescent. And it was this vision made you astonish us all with your resignation?" "That was part of a larger process," said Scrope patiently. "I had been drifting into a complete repudiation of the Anglican positions long before that. All that this drug did was to make clear what was already in my mind, and gave it value, act as a developer." The doctor suddenly gave way to a botryoidal hilarity. "To think one should be consulted about visions of God in Mount Street," he said. "And you half want to believe that vision was real. You know you do." So far, Scrope had been resisting his realization of failure. Now he gave way to an exasperation that made him reckless of Brighton Pumphrey's opinion. "I do think," he said, that drug did in some way make God real to me. I think I saw God." Dr. Brighton Pumphrey shook his head in a way that made Scrope want to hit him. "I think I saw God," he repeated more firmly. "I had a sudden realization of how great he was and how great life was, and how timid and mean and sordid were all our genteel professional lives. I was seized upon. For a time I was altogether possessed by a passion to serve him fitly and recklessly, to make an end to compromises with comfort and self-love and secondary things. And I want to hold to that. I want to get back to that. I am given to lassitudes. I relax. I am, by temperament, an easy-going man. I want to buck myself up. I want to get on with my larger purposes, and I find myself tired, muddled, entangled. The drug was a good thing. For me, it was a good thing. I want its help again. I know no more than you do what it was. Are there no drugs that you do know that have a kindred effect? If, for example, I tried morphia in some form? You'd get visions. They wouldn't be divine visions. If you took small quantities very discreetly, you might get a temporary quickening. But the swift result of all repeated drug-taking is, I can assure you, moral decay. Rapid moral decay. To touch drugs habitually is to become hopelessly unpunctual, untruthful, callously selfish and insecure. I'm talking mere textbook, mere everyday commonplaces to you when I tell you that. I had an idea, I had a hope. You've a stiff enough fight before you, said the doctor, without such a handicap as that. You won't help me. The doctor walked up and down his hearthrug, and then delivered himself with an extended hand and waggling fingers. I wouldn't if I could. For your good I wouldn't, and even if I would I couldn't, for I don't know the drug. One of his infernal brews, no doubt. Something accidental. It's lost, for good. For your good, anyhow. 2. Scrope halted outside the stucco portals of the doctor's house. He hesitated whether he should turn to the east or the west. That door closes, he said. There's no getting back that way. He stood for a time on the curb. He turned at last towards Park Lane and Hyde Park. He walked along thoughtfully, inattentively, steering a course for his new home in Pembury Road, Notting Hill. 3. At the outset of this new phase in Scrope's life that had followed the crisis of the confirmation service, everything had seemed very clear before him. He believed firmly that he had been shown God, that he had himself stood in the presence of God, and that there had been a plain call to him to proclaim God to the world. He had realized God, and it was the task of everyone who had realized God to help all mankind to the same realization. The proposal of Lady Sunderbund had fallen in with that idea. He had been steeling himself to a prospect of struggle and dire poverty, but her prompt loyalty had come as an immense relief to his anxiety for his wife and family. When he had talked to Eleanor upon the beach at Hunstanton, it had seemed to him that his course was manifest, perhaps a little severe, but by no means impossible. They had sat together in the sunshine, exalted by a sense of fine adventure and confident of success. They had looked out upon the future, upon the great near future in which the idea of God was to inspire and reconstruct the world. It was only very slowly that this pristine clearness became clouded and confused. It had not been so easy as Eleanor had supposed to win over the sympathy of Lady Ella with his resignation. Indeed, it had not been won over. She had become a stern and chilling companion, mute now upon the issue of his resignation, but manifestly resentful. He was secretly disappointed and disconcerted by her tone, and the same hesitation of the mind, instinctive rather than reasoned, that had prevented a frank explanation of his earlier doubts to her, now restrained him from telling her naturally and at once of the part that Lady Sunderbund was to play in his future ministry. In his own mind he felt assured about that part, but in order to excuse his delay in being frank with his wife, he told himself that he was not as yet definitely committed to Lady Sunderbund's project, and in accordance with that idea he set up housekeeping in London upon a scale that implied a very complete cessation of income. As yet, he told Lady Ella, we do not know where we stand. For a time we must not so much house ourselves as camp. We must take some quite small and modest house in some less expensive district. If possible, I would like to take it for a year, until we know better how things are with us. He reviewed a choice of London districts. Lady Ella said her bitterest thing. Does it matter where we hide our heads? That wrung him too. We're not hiding our heads. She repented at once. I'm sorry, Ted, she said. It slipped from me. He called it camping, but the house they had found in Pembury Road, Notting Hill, was more darkened and less airy than any camp. Neither he nor his wife had ever had any experience of middle-class house-hunting or middle-class housekeeping before, and they spent 3 of the most desolating days of their lives in looking for this cheap and modest shelter for their household possessions. Hitherto life had moved them from one established and comfortable home to another. Their worst affliction had been the modern decorations of the palace at Princhester, and it was altogether a revelation to them to visit house after house, ill-lit, ill-planned, with dingy paint and peeling wallpaper, kitchens for the most part underground, and either without bathrooms or with built-out bathrooms that were manifestly grudging afterthoughts, such as harbour the respectable middle classes of London. The house agents perceived intimations of helplessness in their manner, adopted a rushing method with them, strange to people who had hitherto lived in a glowing halo of episcopal dignity. Take it or leave it, was the note of those gentlemen. There are always people ready for houses. The line that property in land and houses takes in England, the ex-bishop realized, is always to hold up and look scornful. The position of the land-owning, house-owning class in a crowded country like England is ultra-regal. It is under no obligation to be of use, and people are obliged to get down to the land somewhere. They cannot conduct business and rear families in the air. England's necessity is the landlord's opportunity. Scrope began to generalize about this and develop a new and sincerer streak of socialism in his ideas. The church has been very remiss, he said, as he and Lady Ella stared at the basement breakfast room of their 27th dismal possibility. It should have insisted far more than it has done upon the landlord's responsibility. No one should tolerate the offer of such a house as this, at such a rent, to decent people. It is unrighteous. At the house agent's he asked in a cold, intelligent ruling-class voice the name of the offending landlord. "It's all the property of the ecclesiastical commissioners, that side of the railway," said the agent, picking his teeth with a pin. "Lazy lot. Dreadfully hard to get 'em to do anything. Owns some of the worst properties in London." Lady Ella saw things differently again. "If you had stayed in the church," she said afterwards, "you might have helped to alter such things as that." At the time, he had no answer. "But," he said presently, as they went back in the tube to their modest Bloomsbury hotel, "if I had stayed in the church, I should never have realized things like that." 4. But it does no justice to Lady Ella to record these two unavoidable expressions of regret without telling also of the rallying courage with which she presently took over the task of resettling herself and her stricken family. Her husband's change of opinion had fallen upon her out of a clear sky, without any premonition, in one tremendous day. In one day there had come clamouring upon her, with an effect of revelation after revelation, the idea of drugs, of heresy and blasphemy, of an alien feminine influence, of the entire moral and material breakdown of the man who had been the centre of her life. Never was the whole world of a woman so swiftly and comprehensively smashed. All the previous troubles of her life seemed infinitesimal in comparison with any single item in this dismaying debacle. She tried to consolidate it in the idea that he was ill, disordered. She assured herself that he would return from Hunstanton restored to health and orthodoxy, with all his threatenings of a resignation recalled. The man she had loved and trusted to succeed in the world and to do right always according to her ideas. It was only with extreme reluctance that she faced the fact that with the fumes of the drug dispelled and all signs of nervous exhaustion gone, he still pressed quietly but resolutely toward a severance from the church. She tried to argue with him, and she found she could not argue. The church was a crystal sphere in which her life was wholly contained. Her mind could not go outside it even to consider a dissentient proposition. While he was at Hunstanton, every day she had prayed for an hour, some days she had prayed for several hours, in the cathedral, kneeling upon a harsh hassock that hurt her knees. Even in her prayers she could not argue nor vary. She prayed over and over again, many hundreds of times, "Bring him back, dear Lord, bring him back again." In the past he had always been a very kind and friendly mate to her, but sometimes he had been irritable about small things, especially during his seasons of insomnia. Now he came back changed, a much graver man, rather older in his manner, carefully attentive to her, kinder and more watchful, at times astonishingly apologetic, but rigidly set upon his purpose of leaving the church. "I know you do not think with me in this," he said. "I have to pray you to be patient with me. I have struggled with my conscience. For a time it means hardship, I know, poverty, but if you will trust me, I think I shall be able to pull through. There are ways of doing my work. Sometimes we shall not have to undergo this cramping in this house for very long." "It is not poverty, I fear," said Lady Ella. And she did face the worldly situation, if a little sadly, at any rate with the courage of practical energy. It was she who stood in one ungainly house after another and schemed how to make discomforts tolerable, while Scrope raged unhelpfully at landlordism and the responsibility of the church for economic disorder. It was she who at last took decisions into her hands when he was too jaded to do anything but generalize weakly, and settled upon the house in Pembury Road, which became their London home. She got him to visit Hunstanton again for half a week, while she and Miriam, who was the practical genius of the family, moved in and made the new home presentable. At the best, it was barely presentable. There were many plain hardships. The girls had to share one of the chief bedrooms in common instead of their jolly little individual dens at Princhester. One little room was all that could be squeezed out as a study for father. It was not really a separate room, it was merely cut off by closed folding doors from the dining room, folding doors that slowly transmitted the dinner flavours to a sensitive worker, and its window looked out upon a blackened and uneventful yard, and the skylights of a populous, conversational, and high-spirited millinery establishment that had been built over the corresponding garden of the house in West Harrow Street. Lady Ella had this room lined with open shelves, and Clementina, in the absence of Eleanor at Newnham, arranged the pick of her father's books. It is to be noted as a fact of psychological interest that this cramped, ill-lit little room distressed Lady Ella more than any other of the discomforts of their new quarters. The bishop's writing desk filled a whole side of it. Parsimony ruled her mind, but she could not resist the impulse to get him at least a seemly reading lamp. He came back from Hunstanton full of ideas for work in London. He was, he thought, going to write something about his views. He was very grateful and much surprised at what she had done to that forbidding house, and full of hints and intimations that it would not be long before they moved to something roomier. She was disposed to seek some sort of salaried employment for Clementina and Miriam at least, but he would not hear of that. "They must go on and get educated," he said, "if I have to give up smoking to do it. Perhaps I may manage even without that." Eleanor, it seemed, had a good prospect of a scholarship at the London School of Economics that would practically keep her. There would be no Cambridge for Clementina, but London University might still be possible with a little pinching, and the move to London had really improved the prospects of a good musical training for Miriam. Phoebe and Daphne, Lady Ella believed, might get in on special terms at the Notting Hill High School. Scrope found it difficult to guess at what was going on in the heads of his younger daughters. None displayed such sympathy as Eleanor had confessed. He had a feeling that his wife had schooled them to say nothing about the change in their fortunes to him. But they quarrelled a good deal, he could hear, about the use of the one bathroom. There was never enough hot water after the second bath. And Miriam did not seem to enjoy playing with the new upright piano in the drawing-room as much as she had done the Princhester grand it replaced. Though she was always willing to play that thing he liked, he knew now it was the Adagio of Opus 111, whenever he asked for it. London servants, Lady Ella found, were now much more difficult to get than they had been in the Holy Innocents' days in St. John's Wood, and more difficult to manage when they were got. The households of the more prosperous clergy are much sought after by domestics of a serious and excellent type. An unfrocked clergyman's household is by no means so attractive. The first comers were young women of unfortunate dispositions. The first cook was reluctant and insolent. She went before her month was up. The second, careless. She made burnt potatoes and cindered chops, underboiled and overboiled eggs. A dropped look about everything, harsh coffee and bitter tea seemed to be a natural aspect of the state of being no longer a bishop. He would often, after a struggle with his nerves in the bathroom, come humming cheerfully to breakfast, to find that Phoebe, who was a delicate eater, had pushed her plate away scarcely touched, while Lady Ella sat at the end of the table in a state of dangerous calm, framing comments for delivering downstairs that would be sure to sting and yet have no opening for repartee, and trying at the same time to believe that a third cook, if the chances were risked again, would certainly be all right. The drawing-room was papered with a morose wallpaper that the landlord, in view of the fact that Scrope, in his opinion, would only take the house on a yearly agreement, had refused to replace. It was a design of very dark green leaves and grey Gothic arches, and the apartment was lit by a chandelier, which split a pool of light in the centre of the room and splashed useless weak patches elsewhere. Lady Ella had to interfere to prevent the monopolization of this centre by Phoebe and Daphne for their homework. This light trouble was difficult to arrange. The plain truth was that there was not enough illumination to go round. In the Princhester drawing-room there had been a number of obliging little electric pushes. The size of the dining-room, now that the study was cut off from it, forbade hospitality. As it was, with only the family at home, the housemaid made it a grievance that she could scarcely squeeze by on the sideboard side to wait. The house vibrated to the trains in the adjacent underground railway. There was a lady next door, but one who was very pluckily training a contralto voice that most people would have gladly thrown away. At the end of West Harrow Street was a garage, and a yard where chauffeurs were accustomed to tune up their engines. All these facts were persistently audible to anyone sitting down in the little back study to think out this project of writing something about a change in the government of the whole world. Petty inconveniences, no doubt, all these inconveniences were, but they distressed a rather oversensitive mind which was also acutely aware that even upon this scale living would cost certainly £250, if not more, in excess of the little private income available. 5. These domestic details, irrelevant as they may seem in a spiritual history, need to be given because they added an intimate keenness to Scrope's readiness for this private chapel enterprise that he was discussing with Lady Sunderbund. Along that line, and along that line alone, he saw the way of escape from the great sea of London dinginess that threatened to submerge his family. And it was also, he felt, the line of his duty. It was his call. At least that was how he felt at first. And then matters began to grow complicated again. Things had gone far between himself and Lady Sunderbund since that letter he had read upon the beach at Old Hunstanton. The blinds of the house with the very, very blue door in Princhester had been drawn from the day when the first van-load of the renegade bishop's private possessions had departed from the palace. The lady had returned to the brightly decorated flat overlooking Hyde Park. He had seen her repeatedly since then, and always with a fairly clear understanding that she was to provide the chapel and pulpit in which he was to proclaim to London the gospel of the simplicity and universality of God. He was to be the prophet of a reconsidered faith, calling the whole world from creeds and sects, from egotisms and vain loyalties, from the prejudices of race and custom, to the worship and service of the divine King of all mankind. That, in fact, had been the ruling resolve in his mind, the resolve determining his relations not only with Lady Sunderbund, but with Lady Ella and his family, his friends, enemies, and associates. He had set out upon this course, unchecked by any doubt, and overriding the manifest disapproval of his wife and his younger daughters. Lady Sunderbund's enthusiasm had been enormous and sustaining. Almost imperceptibly that resolve had weakened, imperceptibly at first, and then the decline had been perceived as one sometimes perceives a thing in the background out of the corner of one's eye. In all his early anticipations of the chapel enterprise, he had imagined himself in the likeness of a small but eloquent figure, standing in a large exposed place and calling this lost, misled world back to God. Lady Sunderbund, he assumed, was to provide the large exposed place, which was dimly paved with pews, and guarantee that little matter which was to relieve him of sordid anxieties for his family, the stipend. He had agreed, in an inattentive way, that this was to be 800 a year, with a certain proportion of the subscriptions. "At first I shall be the chief subscriber," she said, "before the rush comes." He had been so content to take all this for granted and think no more about it, more particularly to think no more about it, that for a time he entirely disregarded the intense decorative activities into which Lady Sunderbund incontinently plunged. Had he been inclined to remark them, he certainly might have done so, even though a considerable proportion was being thoughtfully veiled for a time from his eyes. For example, there was the young architect with the wonderful tie whom he met once or twice at lunch in the Hyde Park flat. This young man pulled the conversation again and again, Lady Sunderland aiding and abetting in the direction of the ideal church. It was his ambition, he said, some day to build an ideal church, divorced from tradition. Scrope had been drawn at last into a dissertation. He said that hitherto all temples and places of worship had been conditioned by orientation due to the seasonal aspects of religion. They pointed to the west or, as in the case of the Egyptian temples, to some particular star, and by sacramentalism, which entered everything on a highly lit sacrificial altar. It was almost impossible to think of a church built upon other lines than that. The architect would be so free that— "Absolutely free," interrupted the young architect. "He might, for example, build a temple like a star." "Or like some wonderful casket," said Lady Sunderland. And also there was a musician with fuzzy hair and an impulsive way of taking the salted almonds who wanted to know about religious music. Scrope hazarded the idea that a chanting people was a religious people. He said, moreover, that there was a fine religiosity about Mussorgsky, but that the most beautiful single piece of music in the world was Beethoven's Sonata, Opus 111. He was thinking, he said, more particularly, of the Adagio at the end, Molto semplice e cantabile. It had a real quality of divinity. The musician betrayed impatience at the name of Beethoven and thought, with his mouth appreciatively full of salted almonds, that nowadays we had got a little beyond that, anyhow. "We shall be superhuman before we get beyond either Purcell or Beethoven," said Scrope. Nor did he attach sufficient importance to Lady Sunderland's disposition to invite positivists, members of the Brotherhood Church, leaders among the Christian Scientists, old followers of the Reverend Charles Voysey, Swedenborgians, Muslim converts, Indian theosophists, psychic phenomena, and so forth, to meet him. Nevertheless, it began to drift into his mind that he was by no means so completely in control of the new departure as he had supposed at first. Both he and Lady Sunderland professed universalism, but while his was the universalism of one who would simplify to the bare fundamentals of a common faith, hers was the universalism of the collector. Religion to him was something that illuminated the soul. To her it was something that illuminated prayer books. For a considerable time they followed their divergent inclinations without any realization of their divergence. Nonetheless, a vague doubt and dissatisfaction with the prospect before him arose to cloud his confidence. At first there was little or no doubt of his own faith. He was still altogether convinced that he had to confess and proclaim God in his life. He was as sure that God was the necessary king and saviour of mankind and of a man's life as he was of the truth of the binomial theorem. But what began first to fade was the idea that he had been specially called to proclaim the true God to all the world. He would have the most amiable conference with Lady Sunderland, and then, as he walked back to Notting Hill, he would suddenly find stuck in his mind like a challenge, heaven knows how, another prophet? Even if he succeeded in this mission enterprise, he found himself asking, what would he be but just a little West End Muhammad? He would have founded another sect, and we have to make an end to all sects. How is there to be an end to sects if there are still to be chapels, richly decorated chapels and congregations and salaried specialists in God? That was a very disconcerting idea. It was particularly active at night. He did his best to consider it with a cool detachment, regardless of the facts that his private income was just under £300 a year, and that his experiments in cultured journalism made it extremely improbable that the most sedulous literary work would do more than double this scanty sum. Yet, for all that these nasty, ugly, sordid facts were entirely disregarded, they did somehow persist in coming in and squatting down, shapeless in a black corner of his mind, from which their eyes shone out, so to speak, whenever his doubts whether he ought to set up as a prophet at all was under consideration. 6. Then, very suddenly, on this October afternoon, the situation had come to a crisis. He had gone to Lady Sunderbund's flat to see the plans and drawings for the new church in which he was to give his message to the world. They had brought home to him the complete realization of Lady Sunderbund's impossibility. He had attempted upon the spur of the moment an explanation of just how much they differed, and he had precipitated a storm of extravagantly perplexing emotions. She kept him waiting for perhaps 10 minutes before she brought the plans to him. He waited in the little room with the Wyndham Lewis picture that opened upon the balcony painted with crazy squares of livid pink. On a golden table by the window a number of recently bought books were lying, and he went and stood over these, taking them up one after another. The first was The Countess of Huntingdon and Her Circle, that bearder of light-minded archbishops, that formidable harbourer of Wesleyan chaplains. For some minutes he studied the grim portrait of this inspired lady standing with one foot ostentatiously on her coronet, and then turned to the next volume. This was a life of Saint Teresa, that energetic organizer of Spanish nunneries. The third dealt with Madame Guyon. It was difficult not to feel that Lady Sunderbund was reading for a part. She entered. She was wearing a long, simple dress of spangled white with a very high waist. She had a bracelet of green jade, a waistband of green silk, and her hair was held by a wreath of artificial laurel, very stiff and green. Her arms were full of big rolls of cartridge paper and tracing paper. "I'm so pleased," she said. "It's ready at last, and I can show you." She banged the whole armful down upon a vivid little table of inlaid black and white wood. He rescued 1 or 2 rolls and a sheet of tracing paper from the floor. "It's the temple," she panted in a significant whisper. "It's the temple of the one true God." She scrabbled among the papers, and held up the elevation of a strange square building to his startled eyes. "Isn't that just perfect?" she demanded. He took the drawing from her. It represented a building, manifestly an enormous building, consisting largely of 2 great, deeply fluted towers flanking a vast archway approached by a long flight of steps. Between the towers appeared a dome. It was as if the Mosque of St. Sophia had produced this offspring with a mesalliance with the Cathedral of Wells. Its enormity was made manifest by the minuteness of the large automobiles that were driving away in the foreground after setting down. "Here's the plan," she said, thrusting another sheet upon him before he could fully take in the quality of the design. "The great hall is to be perfectly round, no aisle nor altar, and in letters of sapphire, God is everywhere." She added with a note of solemnity, "It will hold 3,000 people sitting down." "But," said Scrope. "There's a sort of grandeur," she said. "It's young Hannibel's work. It's his first great opportunity." "But this is to go on that little site in Aldwych?" "He says there ain't the room there," she explained. "He wants to put it out at Golders Green." "But if it is to be this little simple chapel we propose, then wasn't our idea to be central?" "But if there ain't the room," she added conclusively, "and isn't it rather a costly undertaking, rather more costly?" "That doesn't matter. I'm making heaps and heaps of money. Half my property is in shipping and a lot of the rest in munitions. I'm richer than ever. Isn't that the sort of grandeur?" She pressed. He put the elevation down. He took the plan from her hands and seemed to study it, but he was really staring blankly at the whole situation. "Lady Sunderbund," he said at last, with an effort, "I'm afraid all this won't do." "Won't do?" "No. It isn't in the spirit of my intention. It isn't in a great building of this sort, so ornate and imposing, that the simple gospel of God's universal kingdom can be preached. But on so great a message to have as great a pulpit?" And then, as if she would seize him before he could go on to further repudiations, she sought hastily among the drawings again. "But look," she said, "it has everything. It's not only a preaching place, it's a headquarters for everything." With the rapid movements of an excited child, she began to thrust the remarkable features and merits of the great project upon him. The preaching dome was only the heart of it. There was to be a library, refectories, consultation rooms, classrooms, a publication department, a big underground printing establishment. "Nowadays," she said, "every great movement must print." There was to be music, she said, a great invisible organ, hidden amidst the architectural details, and pouring out its sounds into the dome, and then she glanced in passing at possible processions round the preaching dome. This preaching dome was not a mere shut-in drum for spiritual reverberations. Around it ran great open corridors, and in these corridors there were to be chapels. "But what for?" he asked, stemming the torrent. "What need is there for chapels? There are to be no altars, no masses, no sacraments." "No," she said, "but there are to be chapels for special interests, a chapel for science, a chapel for healing, a chapel for government, places for people to sit and think about those things with paintings and symbols." "I see your intention," he admitted. "I see your intention." "There is to be a great dark blue round chapel for stars and atoms and the mystery of matter." Her voice grew solemn. "All still and deep and high, like a crystal in a dark place. You will go down steps to it, through a dark rounded arch marked with mathematical symbols and balances and scientific apparatus. And the very next to it, the very next, is to be a little bright chapel of birds and flowers." "Yes," he said, "it's all very fine and expressive. It is, I see, a symbolical building, a great artistic possibility. But is it the place for me? What I have to say is something very simple, that God is the king of the whole world, king of the halfpenny paper and the omnibus and the vulgar everyday things, that they have to worship him and serve him as their leader in every moment of their lives. This isn't that. This is the old religions over again. This is taking God apart. This is putting him into a fresh casket instead of the old one. And I don't like it." "Don't like it?" she cried, and stood apart from him with her chin in the air, a tall astonishment and dismay. "I can't do the work I want to do with this." "But isn't it your idea?" "No, it is not in the least my idea. I want to tell the whole world of the one God that can alone unite it and save it, and you make this extravagant toy?" He felt as if he had struck her directly. He uttered that last word. "Toy?" she echoed, taking it in. "You call it a toy?" A note in her voice reminded him that there were two people who might feel strongly in this affair. "My dear Lady Sunderland," he said, with a sudden change of manner, "I must needs follow the light of my own mind. I have had a vision of God. I have seen him as a great leader towering over the little lives of men, demanding the little lives of men, prepared to take them and guide them to the salvation of mankind and the conquest of pain and death. I have seen him as the God of the human affair, a God of politics, a God of such muddy and bloody wars as this war, a God of economics, a God of railway junctions and clinics and factories and evening schools, a God, in fact, of men. This God here that you want to worship, is a God of artists and poets, of elegant poets, a God of bric-a-brac, a God of choice allusions. Oh, it has its grandeur. I don't want you to think that what you are doing may not be altogether fine and right for you to do, but it is not what I have to do. I cannot, indeed I cannot, go on with this project upon these lines." He paused, flushed and breathless. Lady Sunderland had heard him to the end. Her bright face was brightly flushed, and there were tears in her eyes. It was like her that they should seem tears of the largest, most expensive sort, tears of the first water. "But," she cried, and her red, delicate mouth went awry with dismay and disappointment, and her expression was the half-incredulous expression of a child suddenly and cruelly disappointed. "You won't go on with all this?" "No," he said. "My dear Lady Sunderbund—" "Oh, don't Lady Sunderbund me!" she cried with a novel rudeness. "Don't you see I've done it all for you?" He winced and felt boorish. He had never liked and disapproved of Lady Sunderland so much as he did at that moment, and he had no words for her. "How can I stop it all at once, like this?" And still he had no answer. She pursued her advantage. "What am I to do?" she cried. She turned upon him passionately. "Look what you've done." She marked her points with finger upheld and gave odd suggestions in her face of an angry coster girl. "Ever since I met you, I worshipped you. I've been ready to follow you anywhere, to do anything, ever since that night when you sat so calm and dignified, and they baited you and worried you, when they were all vain and clever, and you thought only of God and religion and didn't mind for yourself. Up to then, I'd been living, oh, the emptiest life." The tears ran. "Perhaps I shall live again." She dashed her grief away with a hand beringed with stones as big as beetles. "I said to myself, this man knows something I don't know. He's got the seeds of eternal life, surely. I made up my mind then and there I'd follow you and back you and do all I could for you. I lived for you, ever since lived for you. And now, when all my little plans are ripe, oh!" She made a quaint little gesture with pink fists upraised, and then stood with her hand held up, staring at the plans and drawings that were littered over the inlaid table. "I planned and planned. I said I will build a temple. I will be his temple servant. Just a mere servant." She could not go on. "But it is just these temples that have confused mankind," he said. "Not my temple," she said presently, now openly weeping over the gay, rejected drawings. "You could have explained." "Oh," she said petulantly, and thrust them away from her so that they went sliding one after the other onto the floor. For some long-drawn moments there was no sound in the room but the slowly accelerated slide and flop of one sheet of cartridge paper after another. "We could have been so happy," she wailed, "serving your God." And then this disconcerting lady did a still more disconcerting thing. She staggered a step towards Scrope, seized the lapel of his coat, bowed her head upon his shoulder, put her black hair against his cheek, and began sobbing and weeping. "My dear lady," he expostulated, trying weakly to disengage her. "Let me cry," she insisted, gripping more resolutely and following his backward pace. "You must let me cry. You must let me cry." His resistance ceased. One hand supported her, the other patted her shining hair. "My dear child," he said. "My dear child, I had no idea that you would take it like this." 7. That was but the opening of an enormous interview. Presently he had contrived in a helpful and sympathetic manner to seat the unhappy lady on a sofa, and when, after some cramped discourse, she stood up before him, wiping her eyes with a wet wonder of lace, to deliver herself the better, a new-born appreciation of the tactics of the situation made him walk to the other side of the table under colour of picking up a drawing. In the retrospect, he tried to disentangle the threads of a discussion that went to and fro and contradicted itself and began again far back among things that had seemed forgotten and disposed of. Lady Sunderbund's mind was extravagantly untrained, a wild-grown mental thicket. At times she reproached him as if he were a heartless god. At times she talked as if he were a recalcitrant servant. Her mingling of utter devotion and the completest disregard for his thoughts and wishes dazzled and distressed his mind. It was clear that for half a year her clear, bold, absurd will had been crystallized upon the idea of giving him exactly what she wanted him to want. The crystal sphere of those ambitions lay now shattered between them. She was trying to reconstruct it before his eyes. She was, she declared, prepared to alter her plans in any way that would meet his wishes. She had not understood. "If it is a toy," she cried, "show me how to make it not a toy, make it real." He said it was the bare idea of a temple that made it impossible. And there was this drawing here. What did it mean? He held it out to her. It represented a figure, distressingly like himself, robed as a priest in vestments. She snatched the offending drawing from him and tore it to shreds. "If you don't want a temple, have a meeting house. You wanted a meeting house anyhow." "Just any old meeting house," he said, "not that special one. A place without choirs and clergy." "If you won't have music," she responded, "don't have music. If God doesn't want music, it can go. I can't think God doesn't approve of music, but that is for you to settle. If you don't like to be in ornaments, we'll make it all plain. Some great gray dome, all gray and black. If it isn't to be beautiful, it can be ugly. Yes, ugly. It can be as ugly," she sobbed, "as the city temple. We'll get some other architect, some city architect, some man who has built branch banks or railway stations. That's if you think it pleases God. Great young venerable heart. Only why should you not let me make a place for your message? Why shouldn't it be me? You must have a place. You gotta preach somewhere." "As a man, not as a priest." "Then preach as a man. You must still wear something." "Just ordinary clothes." "Ordinary clothes are clothes in the fashion," she said. "You would have to go to your tailor for a new breeching coat with braid put on differently, or 2 buttons instead of 3. One needn't be fashionable." "Everybody is fashionable. How can you help it? Some people wear old fashions, that's all. A cassock's an old fashion. There's nothing so plain as a cassock." "Except that it's a clerical fashion. I want it to be just as I am now." "If you think that a wobble suit is ordinary clothes," she said, and stared at him and gave way to tears of real tenderness. "A cassock," she cried with passion, "just a perfectly plain cassock, for decency. Oh, if you won't, not even that." 8. As he walked now, after his unsuccessful quest of Dr. Brighton Pumphrey towards the Serpentine, he acted that stormy interview with Lady Sunderbund over again. At the end, as a condition indeed of his departure, he had left things open. He had assented to certain promises. He was to make her understand better what it was he needed. He was not to let anything that had happened affect that spiritual friendship. She was to abandon all her plans. She was to begin again at the very beginning. But he knew that indeed there should be no more beginning again with her. He knew that quite beyond these questions of the organization of a purified religion, it was time their association ended. She had wept upon him. She had clasped both his hands at parting and prayed to be forgiven. She was drawing him closer to her by their very dissension. She had infected him with the softness of remorse. From being a bright and spirited person, she had converted herself into a warm and touching person. Her fine, bright black hair against his cheek, and the clasp of her hand on his shoulder was now inextricably in the business. The perplexing, the astonishing thing in his situation was that there was still a reluctance to make a conclusive breach. He was not the first of men who have tried to find in vain how and when a relationship becomes an entanglement. He ought to break off now, and the riddle was just why he should feel this compunction in breaking off now. He had disappointed her, and he ought not to have disappointed her. That was the essential feeling. He had never realized before, as he realized now, this peculiar quality of his own mind and the gulf into which it was leading him. It came as an illuminating discovery. He was a social animal. He had an instinctive disposition to act according to the expectations of the people about him, whether they were reasonable or congenial expectations, or whether they were not. That, he saw for the first time, had been the ruling motive of his life. It was the clue to him. Man is not a reasonable creature. He is a socially responsive creature trying to be reasonable in spite of that fact. From the days in the rectory nursery when Scrope had tried to be a good boy on the whole, and just a little naughty sometimes until they stopped smiling, through all his life of school, university, curacy, vicarage, and episcopacy, up to this present moment, he perceived now that he had acted upon no authentic and independent impulse. His impulse had always been to fall in with people and satisfy them, and all the painful conflicts of those last few years had been due to a growing realization of jarring criticisms, of antagonized forces that required from him incompatible things, from which he had now taken refuge, or at any rate sought refuge, in God. It was paradoxical, but manifestly in God he not only sank his individuality, but discovered it. It was wonderful how much he had thought and still thought of the feelings and desires of Lady Sunderland, and how little he thought of God. Her he had been assiduously propitiating, managing, accepting for 3 months now. Why? Partly because she demanded it, and there was a quality in her demand that had touched some hidden spring, of vanity perhaps it was, in him, that made him respond. But partly also it was because, after the evacuation of the palace at Princhester, he had felt more and more, felt but never dared to look squarely in the face, the catastrophic change in the worldly circumstances of his family. Only this chapel adventure seemed likely to restore those fallen and bedraggled fortunes. He had not anticipated a tithe of the dire quality of that change. They were not simply uncomfortable in the Notting Hill home. They were miserable. He fancied they looked to him with something between reproach and urgency. Why had he brought them here? What next did he propose to do? He wished at times they would say it instead of merely looking it. Phoebe's failing appetite chilled his heart. That concern for his family, he believed, had been his chief motive in clinging to Lady Sunderland's projects long after he had realized how little they would forward the true service of God. No doubt there had been moments of flattery, moments of something rather in the nature of an excited affection, some touch of the magnificent in her, some touch of the infantile. Both appealed magnetically to his imagination, but the real effective cause was his habitual solicitude for his wife and children, and his consequent desire to prosper materially. As his first dream of being something between Mohammed and Peter the Hermit, in a new proclamation of God to the world, lost colour and life in his mind, he realized more and more clearly that there was no way of living in a state of material prosperity and, at the same time, in a state of active service to God. The Church of the One True God, by favour of Lady Sunderland, was a gaily coloured lure. And yet he wanted to go on with it. All his imagination and intelligence was busy now with the possibility of in some way subjugating Lady Sunderland and modifying her and qualifying her to an endurable proposition. Why? Why? There could be but one answer, he thought. Brought to the test of action, he did not really believe in God. He did not believe in God as he believed in his family. He did not believe in the reality of either his first or his second vision. They had been dreams, autogenous revelations, exaltations of his own imaginations. These beliefs were upon different grades of reality. Put to the test, his faith in God gave way, a sword of plaster against a reality of steel. And yet he did believe in God. He was as persuaded that there was a God as he was that there was another side to the moon. His intellectual conviction was complete. Only, beside the living, breathing, occasionally coughing reality of Phoebe, God was something as unsubstantial as the binomial theorem. Very like the binomial theorem, as one thought over that comparison. By this time he had reached the banks of the Serpentine, and was approaching the grey stone bridge that crosses just where Hyde Park ends and Kensington Gardens begins. Following upon his doubts of his religious faith had come another still more extraordinary question. Although there is a God, does he indeed matter more in our ordinary lives than that same demonstrable binomial theorem? Isn't one's duty to Phoebe plain and clear? Old Leichmann's argument came back to him with novel and enhanced powers. Wasn't he, after all, selfishly putting his own salvation in front of his plain duty to those about him? What did it matter if he told lies, taught a false faith, perjured and damned himself, if, after all, those others were thereby saved and comforted? But that is just where the whole of this state of mind is false and wrong, he told himself. God is something more than a priggish devotion, an intellectual formula. He has a hold and a claim. He should have a hold and a claim, exceeding all the claims of Phoebe, Miriam, Daphne, Clementina, all of them. But he hasn't. It was to that he had got after he had left Lady Sunderland, and to that he now returned. It was the thinness and unreality of his thought of God that had driven him post-haste to Brighton Pomfrey in search for that drug that had touched his soul to belief. Was God so insignificant in comparison with his family that after all, with a good conscience, he might preach him every Sunday in Lady Sunderland's church, wearing Lady Sunderland's vestments? Before him he saw an empty seat. The question was so immense and conclusive, it was so clearly a choice for all the rest of his life between God and the dear things of this world, that he felt he could not decide it upon his legs. He sat down, threw an arm along the back of the seat, and drummed with his fingers. If the answer was yes, then it was decidedly a pity that he had not stayed in the church. It was ridiculous to strain at the cathedral gnat and then swallow Lady Sunderland's decorative pantechnicon. For the first time, Scrope definitely regretted the apostasy. A trivial matter, as it may seem to the reader, intensified that regret. 3 weeks ago, Barrowdale, the Bishop of Howester, had died, and Scrope had been the next in rotation to succeed him on the bench of bishops. He had always looked forward to the House of Lords, intending to take rather a new line, to speak more and to speak more plainly and fully open upon social questions than had hitherto been the practice of his brethren. Well, that had gone. 9. Regrets were plain now. The question before his mind was growing clear. Whether he was to persist in this self-imposed martyrdom of himself and his family, or whether he was to go back upon his outbreak of visionary fanaticism and close with this last opportunity that Lady Sunderland offered of saving at least the substance of the comfort and social status of his wife and daughters. In which case it was clear to him he would have to go to great lengths and exercise very considerable subtlety and magnetism in the management of Lady Sunderland. He found himself composing a peculiar speech to her, very frank and revealing, and one that he felt would dominate her thoughts. She attracted him oddly. At least, this afternoon she had attracted him. And repelled him. A wholesome gust of moral impatience stirred him. He smacked the back of the seat hard, as though he smacked himself. No, he did not like it. A torn sunset of purple and crimson streamed raggedly up above and through the half-stripped trees of Kensington Gardens, and he found himself wishing that heaven would give us fewer sublimities in sky and mountain and more in our hearts. Against the background of darkling trees and stormily flaming sky, a girl was approaching him. There was little to be seen of her but her outline. Something in her movement caught his eye and carried his memory back to a sundown at Hunstanton. Then, as she came nearer, he saw that it was Eleanor. It was odd to see her here. He had thought she was at Newnham. But anyhow, it was very pleasant to see her, and there was something in Eleanor that promised an answer to his necessity. The girl had a kind of instinctive wisdom. She would understand the quality of his situation better perhaps than anyone. He would put the essentials of that situation as fully and plainly as he could to her. Perhaps she, with that clear young idealism of hers, would give him just the lift and the light of which he stood in need. She would comprehend both sides of it, the points about Phoebe as well as the points about God. When first he saw her, she seemed to be hurrying, but now she had fallen to a loitering pace. She looked once or twice behind her and then ahead, almost as though she expected someone and was not sure whether this person would approach from east or west. She did not observe her father until she was close upon him. Then she was so astonished that for a moment she stood motionless, regarding him. She made an odd movement, almost as if she would have walked on, that she checked in its inception. Then she came up to him and stood before him. "It's Dad," she said. "I didn't know you were in London, Nora," he began. "I came up suddenly." "Have you been home?" "No, I wasn't going home, at least not till afterwards." Then she looked away from him, east then west, and then met his eye again. "Won't you sit down, Nora?" "I don't know whether I can." She consulted the view again and seemed to come to a decision. "At least, I will for a minute." She sat down. For a moment, neither of them spoke. "What are you doing here, little Nora?" She gathered her wits. Then she spoke rather volubly. "I know it looks bad, Daddy. I came up to meet a boy I know who is going to France tomorrow. I had to make excuses. Up there, I hardly remember what excuses I made." "A boy you know?" "Yes." "Do we know him?" "Not yet." For a time, Scrope forgot the Church of the One True God altogether. "Who is this boy?" he asked. With a perceptible effort, Eleanor assumed a tone of common-sense conventionality. "He's a boy I met first when we were skating last year. His sister has the study next to mine." Father looked at daughter, and she met his eyes. "Well?" "It's all happened so quickly, Daddy," she said, answering all that was implicit in that "well." She went on. "I would have told you about him if it had seemed to matter, but it wasn't just a friendship. It didn't seem to matter in any serious way. Of course, we'd been good friends and talked about all sorts of things, and then suddenly, you see—" her tone was offhand and matter-of-fact. "He has to go to France." She stared at her father with the expression of a hostess who talks about the weather. And then the tears gathered and ran down her cheek. She turned her face to the Serpentine and clenched her fist. But she was now fairly weeping. "I didn't know he cared. I didn't know I cared." His next question took a little time in coming. "And it's love, little Nora?" he asked. She was comfortably crying now, the defensive altogether abandoned. "It's love, Daddy. Oh, love, he's going tomorrow." For a minute or so neither spoke. Scrope's mind was entirely made up in the matter. He approved altogether of his daughter, but the traditions of parentage, his habit of restrained decision, made him act a judicial part. "I'd like just to see this boy," he said, and added, "if it isn't rather interfering." "Dear Daddy," she said, "dear Daddy," and touched his hand. "He'll be coming here." "If you could tell me a few things about him," said Scrope. "Is he an undergraduate?" "You see," began Eleanor, and paused to marshal her facts. "He graduated this year. Then he's been in training at Cambridge. Properly, he'd have a fellowship. He took the natural science tripos, zoology chiefly. He's good at philosophy, but of course our Cambridge philosophy is so silly, MacTaggart blowing bubbles. His father's a doctor, Sir Headley Riverton." As she spoke, her eyes had been roving up the path and down. "He's coming," she interrupted. She hesitated. "Would you mind if I went and spoke to him first, Daddy?" "Of course, go to him. Go and warn him I'm here," said Scrope. Eleanor got up and was immediately greeted with joyful gestures by an approaching figure in khaki. The two young people quickened their paces as they drew nearer one another. There was a rapid greeting. They stood close together and spoke eagerly. Scrope could tell by their movements when he became the subject of their talk. He saw the young man start and look over Eleanor's shoulder, and he assumed an attitude of philosophical contemplation of the water, so as to give the young man the liberty of his profile. He did not look up until they were quite close to him, and when he did, he saw a pleasant, slightly freckled, fair face, a little agitated, and very honest blue eyes. "I hope you don't think, sir, that it's bad form of me to ask Eleanor to come up and see me as I have done. I telegraphed her on an impulse, and it's been very kind of her to come up to me." "Sit down," said Scrope. "Sit down. You're Mr. Riverton?" "Yes, sir," said the young man. He had the frequent "sir" of the subaltern. Scrope was in the centre of the seat, and the young officer sat down on one side of him, while Eleanor took up a watching position on her father's other hand. "You see, sir, we've hardly known each other. I mean, we've been associated over a philosophical society and all that sort of thing, but in a more familiar way, I mean." He hung for a moment, just a little short of breath. Scrope helped him with a grave but sympathetic movement of the head. "It's a little difficult to explain," the young man apologized. "We hadn't understood, I think, either of us very much. We'd just been friendly and liked each other, and so it went on, even when I was training. And then when I found out I had to go out, I'm going out a little earlier than I expected, I thought suddenly I wouldn't ever go to Cambridge again at all, perhaps, and there was something in one of her letters. I thought of it a lot, sir. I thought it all over, and I thought it wasn't right for me to do anything, and I didn't do anything until this morning. And then I sort of had to telegraph. I know it was frightful cheek and bad form and all that, sir. It is. It would be worse if she wasn't different. I mean, sir, if she wasn't just an ordinary girl. But I had a sort of feeling, just wanting to see her. I don't suppose you've ever felt anything, sir, as I felt. I wanted to see her, and just hear her speak to me." He glanced across Scrope at Eleanor. It was as if he justified himself to them both. Scrope glanced furtively at his daughter, who was leaning forward with tender eyes on her lover, and his heart went out to her. But his manner remained judicial. "All this is very sudden," he said. "Or you would have heard all about it, sir," said young Riverton. "It's just the hurry that has made this seem furtive. All that there is between us, sir, is just the 2 telegrams we've sent, hers and mine. I hope you won't mind our having a little time together. We won't do anything very committal. It's as much friendship as anything. I go by the evening train tomorrow." Said Scrope, with his eye on Eleanor. "In these uncertain times," he began. "Why shouldn't I take a risk too, Daddy?" said Eleanor sharply. "I know there's that side of it," said the young man. "I oughtn't to have telegraphed," he said. "Can't I take a risk?" exclaimed Eleanor. "I'm not a doll. I don't want to live in Wadding until all the world is safe for me." Scrope looked at the glowing face of the young man. "Is this taking care of her?" he asked. "If you hadn't telegraphed," she cried with a threat in her voice, and left it at that. "Perhaps I feel about her rather as if she was as strong as I am, in those ways. Perhaps I shouldn't. I could hardly endure to myself, sir, cut off from her, and a sort of blank, nothing said." "You want to work out your own salvation?" said Scrope to his daughter. "No one else can," she answered. I'm grown up." "Even if it hurts?" "To live is to be hurt somehow," she said. This, she flashed her love. She intimated by a gesture that it is better to be stabbed with a clean knife than to be suffocated or poisoned, or to decay. Scrope turned his eyes to the young man again. He liked him. He liked the modelling of his mouth and chin and the line of his brows. He liked him altogether. He pronounced his verdict slowly. "I suppose, after all," he said, "that this is better than the tender solicitude of a safe and prosperous middle-aged man. Eleanor, my dear, I've been thinking today that a father who stands between his children and hardship, by doing wrong, may really be doing them a wrong. You are a dear girl to me. I won't stand between you two. Find your own salvation." He got up. "I go west," he said, presently. "You, I think, go east." "I can assure you, sir," the young man began. Scrope held his hand out. "Take your life in your own way," he said. He turned to Eleanor. "Talk as you will," he said. She clasped his hand with emotion. Then she turned to the waiting young man, who saluted. "You'll come back to supper?" Scrope said, without thinking out the implications of that invitation. She assented as carelessly. The fact that she and her lover were to go, with their meeting legalized and blessed, excluded all other considerations. The two young people turned to each other. Scrope stood for a moment or so, and then sat down again. For a time he could think only of Eleanor. He watched the two young people as they went eastward. As they walked, their shoulders and elbows bumped amicably together. 10. Presently he sought to resume the interrupted thread of his thoughts. He knew that he had been dealing with some very tremendous and urgent problem when Eleanor had appeared. Then he remembered that Eleanor, at the time of her approach, had seemed to be a solution rather than an interruption. Well, she had her own life. She was making her own life. Instead of solving his problem, she was solving her own. God bless those dear, grave children. They were nearer the elemental things than he was. That eastward path led to Victoria, and thence to a very probable death. The lad was in the infantry and was going straight into the trenches. Love, death, God. This war was bringing the whole world back to elemental things, to heroic things. The years of comedy and comfort were at an end in Europe. The age of steel and want was here. And he had been thinking. What had he been thinking? He mused, and the scheme of his perplexities reshaped itself in his mind. But at that time he did not realize that a powerful new light was falling upon it now, cast by the tragic illumination of these young lovers whose love began with a parting. He did not see how reality had come to all things through that one intense reality. He reverted to the question as he had put it to himself before first he recognized Eleanor. Did he believe in God? Should he go on with this Sunderbund adventure in which he no longer believed? Should he play for safety and comfort, trusting to God's toleration? Or go back to his family and warn them of the years of struggle and poverty his renunciation cast upon them? Somehow Lady Sunderbund's chapel was very remote and flimsy now, and the hardships of poverty seemed less black than the hardship of a youthful death. Did he believe in God? Again he put that fundamental question to himself. He sat very still in the sunset, with his eyes upon the steel mirror of the waters. The question seemed to fill the whole scene, to wait even as the water and sky and the windless trees were waiting. And then, by imperceptible degrees, there grew in Scrope's mind the persuasion that he was in the presence of the living God. This time there was no vision of angels nor stars, no snapping of bowstrings, no throbbing of the heart nor change of scene, no magic and melodramatic drawing back of the curtain from the mysteries, the water and the bridge, the ragged black trees, and a distant boat that broke the silvery calm with an arrow of black ripples. All these things were still before him. But God was there too. God was everywhere about him. This persuasion was over him and about him, a dome of protection, a power in his nerves, a peace in his heart. It was an exalting beauty. It was a perfected conviction. This, indeed, was the coming of God, the real coming of God. For the first time, Scrope was absolutely sure that for the rest of his life he would possess God. Everything that had so perplexed him seemed to be clear now, and his troubles lay at the foot of this last complete realization, like a litter of dust and leaves in the foreground of a sunlit, snowy mountain range. It was a little incredible that he could ever have doubted. 11. It was a phase of extreme intellectual clairvoyance. A multitude of things that hitherto had been higgledy-piggledy, contradictory and incongruous in his mind, became lucid, serene, full, and assured. He seemed to see all things plainly, as one sees things plainly through perfectly clear, still water in the shadows of a summer noon. His doubts about God, his periods of complete forgetfulness and disregard of God, this conflict of his instincts and the habits and affections of his daily life with the service of God, ceased to be perplexing incompatibilities and were manifest as necessary, understandable aspects of the business of living. It was no longer a riddle that little immediate things should seem of more importance than great and final things. For a man is a creature thrusting his way up from the beast to divinity, from the blindness of individuality to the knowledge of a common end. We stand deep in the engagements of our individual lives, looking up to God, and only realizing in our moments of exaltation that through God we can escape from and rule and alter the whole world-wide scheme of individual lives. Only in phases of illumination do we realize the creative powers that lie ready to man's hand. Personal affections, immediate obligations, ambitions, self-seeking, these are among the natural and essential things of our individual lives, as intimate almost as our primordial lusts and needs. God, the true God, is a later revelation, a newer, less natural thing in us, a knowledge still remote, uncertain, and confused with superstition, an apprehension as yet entangled with barbaric traditions of fear and with ceremonial surgeries, blood sacrifices, and the maddest barbarities of thought. We are only beginning to realize that God is here. So far as our minds go, he is still not here continually. We perceive him, and then again we are blind to him. God is the last thing added to the completeness of human life. To most his presence is imperceptible throughout their lives. They know as little of him as a savage knows of the electric waves that beat through us forever from the sun. All this appeared now so clear and necessary to Scrope that he was astonished he had ever found the quality of contradiction in these manifest facts. In this unprecedented lucidity that had now come to him, Scrope saw as a clear and simple necessity that there can be no such thing as a continuous living presence of God in our lives. That is an unreasonable desire. There is no permanent exaltation of belief. It is contrary to the nature of life. One cannot keep actively believing in and realizing God round all the 24 hours any more than one can keep awake through the whole cycle of night and day, day after day. If it were possible so to apprehend God without cessation, life would dissolve in religious ecstasy. But nothing human has ever had the power to hold the curtain of sense continually aside and retain the light of God always. We must get along by remembering our moments of assurance. Even Jesus himself, leader of all those who have hailed the coming kingdom of God, had cried upon the cross, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" The business of life on earth, life itself, is a thing curtained off, as it were, from such immediate convictions. This is in the constitution of life. Our ordinary state of belief, even when we are free from doubt, is necessarily far removed from the intuitive certainty of sight and hearing. It is a persuasion. It falls far short of perception. "We don't know directly," Scrope said to himself with a checking gesture of the hand. "We don't see. We can't. We hold on to the remembered glimpse. We go over our reasons." And it was clear, too, just because God is thus manifest, like the momentary drawing of a curtain, sometimes to this man for a time and sometimes to that, but never continuously to any, and because the perception of him depends upon the ability and quality of the perceiver, because to the intellectual man God is necessarily a formula, to the active man a will and a commandment, and to the emotional man love, there can be no creed defining him for all men, and no ritual and special forms of service to justify a priesthood. "God is God," he whispered to himself, and the phrase seemed to him the discovery of a sufficient creed. God is his own definition. There is no other definition of God. Scrope had troubled himself with endless arguments whether God was a person, whether he was concerned with personal troubles, whether he loved, whether he was finite. It were as reasonable to argue whether God was a frog or a rock or a tree. He had imagined God as a figure of youth and courage, had perceived him as an effulgence of leadership, a captain like the sun. The vision of his drug-quickened mind had but symbolized what was otherwise inexpressible. Of that he was now sure. He had not seen the invisible, but only its sign and visible likeness. He knew now that all such presentations were true and that all such presentations were false. Just as much and just as little was God the darkness and the brightness of the ripples under the bows of the distant boat, the black beauty of the leaves and twigs of those trees now acid clear against the flushed and deepening sky. These riddles of the profundities were beyond the compass of common living. They were beyond the needs of common living. He was but a little earth parasite, sitting idle in the darkling day, trying to understand his infinitesimal functions on a minor planet. Within the compass of terrestrial living, God showed himself in its own terms. The life of man on earth was a struggle for unity of spirit and for unity with his kind, and the aspect of God that alone mattered to man was a unifying kingship without and within. So long as men were men, so would they see God. Only when they reached the crest could they begin to look beyond. So we knew God, so God was to us. Since we struggled, he led our struggle. Since we were finite and mortal, he defined an aim. His personality was the answer to our personality, but God, except in so far as he was to us, remained inaccessible, inexplicable, wonderful, shining through beauty, shining beyond research, greater than time or space, above good and evil, and pain and pleasure. 12. Scrope's mind was saturated, as it had never been before, by his sense of the immediate presence of God. He floated in that realization. He was not so much thinking now as conversing starkly with the divine interlocutor, who penetrated all things and saw into and illuminated every recess of his mind. He spread out his ideas to the test of this presence. He brought out his hazards and interpretations that this light might judge them. There came back to his mind the substance of his two former visions. They assumed now a reciprocal quality. They explained one another and the riddle before him. The first had shown him the personal human aspect of God. He had seen God as the unifying captain calling for his personal service. The second had set the stage for that service in the spectacle of mankind's adventure. He had been shown a great multitude of human spirits reaching up at countless points towards the conception of the racial unity under a divine leadership. He had seen mankind on the verge of awakening to the kingdom of God. "That solves no mystery," he whispered, gripping the seat and frowning at the water. "Mysteries remain mysteries, but that is the reality of religion. And now, what is my place? What have I to do? That is the question I have been asking always, the question that this moment now will answer. What have I to do?" God was coming into the life of all mankind in the likeness of a captain and a king. All the governments of men, all the leagues of men, their debts and claims and possessions, must give way to the world republic under God the King. For 5 troubled years he had been staring religion in the face, and now he saw that it must mean this, or be no more than fetishism. Obi, Orphic mysteries or ceremonies of Demeter, a legacy of mental dirtiness, a residue of self-mutilation and superstitious sacrifices from the cunning, fear-haunted, ape-dog phase of human development. But it did mean this, and everyone who apprehended as much was called by that very apprehension to the service of God's kingdom. To live and serve God's kingdom on earth, to help to bring it about, to propagate the idea of it, to establish the method of it, to incorporate all that one made and all that one did into its growing reality, was the only possible life that could be lived once that God was known. He sat with his hands gripping his knees, as if he were holding on to his idea. "And now for my part," he whispered, brows knit. "Now for my part." Ever since he had given his confirmation addresses, it had been clear that his task, or at least a considerable portion of his task, was to tell of this faith in God and of this conception of service in his kingdom as the form and rule of human life and human society. But up to now he had been floundering hopelessly in his search for a method and means of telling. That, he saw, still needed to be thought out. For example, one cannot run through the world crying, "The kingdom of God is at hand." Men's minds were still so filled with old theological ideas that for the most part they would understand by that only a fantasy of some great coming of angels and fiery chariots and judgments, and hardly a soul but would doubt one's sanity and turn scornfully away. But one must proclaim God, not to confuse but to convince men's minds. It was that, and the habit of his priestly calling, that had disposed him towards a pulpit. There he could reason and explain. The decorative genius of Lady Sunderland had turned that intention into a vast iridescent absurdity. This sense he had of thinking openly in the sight of God enabled him to see the adventure of Lady Sunderland without illusion and without shame. He saw himself at once honest and disingenuous, divided between two aims. He had no doubt now of the path he had to pursue. A stronger man of permanently clear aims might possibly turn Lady Sunderland into a useful opportunity, oblige her to provide the rostrum he needed, but for himself, he knew he had neither the needed strength nor clearness. She would smother him in decoration, overcome him by her picturesque persistence. It might be ridiculous to run away from her, but it was necessary. And he was equally clear now that for him there must be no idea of any pulpit, of any sustained mission. He was a man of intellectual moods, only at times he realized, had he the inspiration of truth, upon such uncertain snatches and glimpses he must live. To make his life a ministry would be to face phases when he would simply be carrying on, with his mind blank and his faith asleep. His thoughts spread out from this perennial decision to more general things again. Had God any need of organized priests at all? Wasn't that just what had been the matter with religion for the last 3,000 years? His vision and his sense of access to God had given a new courage to his mind. In these moods of enlightenment he could see the world as a comprehensible ball. He could see history as an understandable drama. He had always been on the verge of realizing before, he realized now, the two entirely different and antagonistic strands that interweave in the twisted rope of contemporary religion. The old strand of the priest, the fetishistic element of the blood sacrifice and the obscene rite, the element of ritual and tradition, of the cult, the caste, the consecrated tribe, and interwoven with this so closely as to be scarcely separable in any existing religion, was the new strand, the religion of the prophets, the unidolatrous universal worship of the one true God. Priest religion is the antithesis to prophet religion. He saw that the founders of all the great existing religions of the world had been like himself, only that he was a weak and commonplace man with no creative force, that they had been great men of enormous initiative, men reaching out, and never with a complete definition, from the old kind of religion to the new. The Hebrew prophets, Jesus, whom the priests killed when Pilate would have spared him, Muhammad, Buddha, had this much in common, that they had sought to lead men from temple worship, idol worship, from rites and ceremonies and the rule of priests, from anniversarianism and sacramentalism, into a direct and simple relation to the simplicity of God. Religious progress had always been liberation and simplification, but none of these efforts had got altogether clear. The organizing temper in men, the disposition to dogmatic theorizing, the distrust of the discretion of the young by the wisdom of age, the fear of indiscipline which is so just in warfare and so foolish in education, the tremendous power of the propitiatory tradition had always caught and crippled every new gospel before it had run a score of years. Jesus for example, gave man neither a theology nor a church organization. His sacrament was an innocent feast of memorial, but the fearful, limited, imitative men he left to carry on his work speedily restored all these three abominations of the antiquated religion: theology, priest, and sacrifice. Jesus, indeed, caught into identification with the ancient victim of the harvest sacrifice, and turned from a plain teacher into a horrible bloodbath and a mock cannibal meal, was surely the supreme feat of the ironies of chance. "It is curious how I drift back to Jesus," said Scrope. "I have never seen how much truth and good there was in his teaching until I broke away from Christianity and began to see him plain. If I go on as I am going, I shall end a Nazarene." He thought on. He had a feeling of temerity, but then it seemed as if God within him bade him be of good courage. Already, in a glow of inspiration, he had said practically as much as he was now thinking in his confirmation address, but now he realized completely what it was he had then said. There could be no priests, no specialized ministers of the one true God, because every man, to the utmost measure of his capacity, was bound to be God's priest and minister. Many things one may leave to specialists: surgery, detailed administration, chemistry, for example. But it is for every man to think his own philosophy and think out his own religion. One man may tell another, but no man may take charge of another. A man may avail himself of electrician or gardener or what not, but he must stand directly before God. He may suffer neither priest nor king. These other things are incidental, but God, the kingdom of God, is what he is for. "Good," he said, checking his reasoning. "So I must bear witness to God, but neither as priest nor pastor. I must write and talk about him as I can. No reason why I should not live by such writing and talking, if it does not hamper my message to do so. But there must be no high place, no ordered congregation. I begin to see my way." The evening was growing dark and chill about him now. The sky was barred with deep bluish-purple bands drawn across a chilly brightness that had already forgotten the sun. The trees were black and dim, but his understanding of his place and duty was growing very definite. "And this duty to bear witness to God's kingdom and serve it is so plain that I must not deflect my witness even by a little, though to do so means comfort and security for my wife and children. God comes first. They must not come between God and me. But there is more in it than that." He had come round at last, through the long clearing up of his mind, to his fundamental problem again. He sat darkly reluctant. "I must not play priest or providence to them," he admitted at last. "I must not even stand between God and them." He saw now what he had been doing. It had been the flaw in his faith that he would not trust his family to God. And he saw, too, that this distrust had been the flaw in the faith of all religious systems hitherto. 13. In this strange voyage of the spirit, which was now drawing to its end, in which Scrope had travelled from the confused, unanalyzed formulas and assumptions and implications of his rectory upbringing to his present stark and simple realization of God, he had at times made some remarkable self-identifications. He was naturally much given to analogy. Every train of thought in his mind set up induced parallel currents. He had likened himself to the Anglican Church, to the whole Christian body, as, for example, in his imagined second conversation with the angel of God. But now he found himself associating himself with a still more far-reaching section of mankind. This excess of solicitude was traceable perhaps in nearly every one in all the past of mankind who had ever had the vision of God. An excessive solicitude to shield those others from one's own trials and hardships, To preserve the exact quality of the revelation, for example, had been the fruitful cause of crippling errors, spiritual tyrannies, dogmatisms, dissensions, and futilities. "Suffer little children to come unto me," the text came into his head with an effect of contribution. The parent in us all flares out at the thought of the younger and weaker minds. We hide difficulties, seek to spare them from the fires that temper the spirit, the sharp edge of the truth that shapes the soul. Christian is always trying to have a carriage sent back from the cathedral city for his family. Why, we ask, should they flounder dangerously in the morasses that we escaped, or wander in the forest in which we lost ourselves? Catch these souls young, therefore, save them before they know they exist, kidnap them to heaven, vaccinate them with a catechism they may never understand, lull them into comfort and routine. Instinct plays us false here as it plays the savage mother false when she snatches her fevered child from the doctor's hands. The last act of faith is to trust those we love to God. Hitherto he had seen the great nets of theological overstatement and dogma that kept mankind from God as if they were the work of purely evil things in man, of pride, of self-assertion, of a desire to possess and dominate the minds and souls of others. It was only now that he saw how large a share in the obstruction of God's kingdom had been played by the love of the elder and the parent, by the carefulness, the fussy care of good men and women. He had wandered in wildernesses of unbelief, in dangerous places of doubt and questioning, but he had left his wife and children safe and secure in the self-satisfaction of orthodoxy. To none of them, except to Eleanor, had he ever talked with any freedom of his new apprehensions of religious reality. And that had been at Eleanor's initiative. There was, he saw now, something of insolence and something of treachery in this concealment. His ruling disposition throughout the crisis had been to force comfort and worldly well-being upon all those dependents, even at the price of his own spiritual integrity. In no way had he consulted them upon the bargain. While we have pottered, each for the little good of his own family, each for the lessons and clothes and leisure of his own children, assenting to this injustice, conforming to that dishonest custom, being myopically benevolent and fundamentally treacherous, our accumulated folly has achieved this catastrophe. It is not so much human wickedness as human weakness that has permitted the youth of the world to go through this hell of blood and mud and fire. The way to the kingdom of God is the only way to the true safety, the true well-being of the children of men. It wasn't fair to them. But now he saw how unfair it was to them in a light that has only shone plainly upon European life since the great interlude of the armed peace came to an end in August 1914. Until that time it had been the fashion to ignore death and evade poverty and necessity for the young. We can shield our young no longer. Death has broken through our precautions and tender evasions, and his eyes went eastward into the twilight that had swallowed up his daughter and her lover. The tumbled, darkling sky, monstrous masses of frowning blue, with icy gaps of cold light, was like the great confusions of the war. All our youth has had to go into that terrible and destructive chaos because of the kings and churches and nationalities sturdiest old men would have set aside. Everything was sharp and clear in his mind now. Eleanor, after all, had brought him his solution. He sat quite still for a little while, and then stood up and turned northward, towards Notting Hill. The keepers were closing Kensington Gardens, and he would have to skirt the park to Victoria Gate and go home by the Bayswater Road. "14. As he walked, he rearranged in his mind this long overdue apology for his faith that he was presently to make to his family. There was no one to interrupt him, and nothing to embarrass him. And so he was able to set out everything very clearly and convincingly. There was perhaps a disposition to digress into rather voluminous subordinate explanations on such themes, for instance, as sacramentalism, whereon he found himself summarizing Fraser's Golden Bough, which the Chasters' controversy had first obliged him to read, and upon the irrelevance of the question of immortality to the process of salvation. But the reality of his eclaircissement was very different from anything he prepared in these anticipations. Tea had been finished and put away, and the family was disposed about the dining-room, engaged in various evening occupations. Phoebe sat at the table working at some mathematical problem. Clementina was reading with her chin on her fist and a frown on her brow. Lady Ella, Miriam, and Daphne were busy making soft washing-cloths for the wounded. Lady Ella had brought home the demand for them from the Red Cross Centre in Burlington House. The family was all downstairs in the dining-room because the evening was chilly and there were no fires upstairs yet in the drawing-room. He came into the room and exchanged greetings with Lady Ella. Then he stood for a time surveying his children. Phoebe, he noted, was a little flushed. She put passion into her work. On the whole, she was more like Eleanor than any other of them. Miriam knitted with a steady skill. Clementina's face, too, expressed a tussle. He took up one of the rough-knit washing-cloths upon the side table and asked how many could be made in an hour. Then he asked some idle, obvious question about the fire upstairs. Clementina made an involuntary movement. He was disturbing her. He hovered for a moment longer. He wanted to catch his wife's eye and speak to her first. She looked up, but before he could convey his wish for a private conference with her, she smiled at him and then bent over her work again. He went into the back study and lit his gas fire. Hitherto he had always made a considerable explosion when he did so, but this time, by taking thought and lighting his match before he turned on the gas, he did it with only a gentle thud. Then he lit his reading lamp and pulled down the blind, pausing for a time to look at the lit dressmakers opposite. Then he sat down thoughtfully before the fire. Presently Ella would come in and he would talk to her. He waited a long time, thinking only weakly and inconsecutively, and then he became restless. Should he call her? But he wanted their talk to begin in a natural-seeming way. He did not want the portentous of wanting to speak to her and calling her out to him. He got up at last and went back into the other room. Clementina had gone upstairs, and the book she had been reading was lying closed on the sideboard. He saw it was one of Chaster's books. He took it up. It was The Core of Truth in Christianity, and he felt an irrational shock at the idea of Clementina reading it. In spite of his own immense changes of opinion, he had still to revise his conception of the polemical Chasters as an evil influence in religion. He fidgeted, passed his wife to the mantel in search of an imaginary mislaid pencil. Clementina came down with some bandage linen she was cutting out. He hung over his wife in a way that he felt must convey his desire for a conversation. Then he picked up Chaster's book again. "Does anyone want this?" he asked. "Not if I may have it again," consented Clementina. He took it back with him and began to read again those familiar controversial pages. He read for the best part of an hour, with his knees drying until they smoked over the gas. What curious stuff it was! How it wrangled! Was Chasters a religious man? Why did he write these books? Had he really a passion for truth, or only a swift-like hatred of weakly thinking people? None of this stuff in his books was really wrong, provided it was religious-spirited. Much of it had been indeed destructively illuminating to its reader. It let daylight through all sorts of walls. Indeed, the more one read, the more vividly true its acid-bit lines became. And yet, there was something hateful in the man's tone. Scrope held the book and thought. He had seen Chasters once or twice. Chasters had the sort of face, the sort of voice, the sort of bearing that made one think of his possibly saying upon occasion, rudely and rejoicing, "More fool you." Nevertheless, Scrope perceived now with an effort of discovery, that it was from Chasters that he had taken all the leading ideas of the new faith that was in him. Here was the stuff of it. He had forgotten how much of it was here. During those months of worried study, while the threat of a Chasters prosecution hung over him, his mind had assimilated almost unknowingly every assimilable element of the Chasters doctrine. He had either assimilated and transmuted it by the alchemy of his own temperament, or he had reacted obviously and filled in Chasters' gaps and pauses. Chasters could beat a road to the Holy of Holies, and shy at entering it. But in spite of all the man's roughness, in spite of a curious flavour of baseness and malice about him, the Spirit of truth had spoken through him. God had a use for harsh ministers. In one man God lights the heart, in another the reason becomes a consuming fire. God takes his own where he finds it. He does not limit himself to nice people. In these matters of evidence and argument, in his contempt for amiable, demoralizing compromise, Chasters served God as Scrope could never hope to serve him. Scrope's new faith had perhaps been altogether impossible if the Chasters controversy had not ploughed his mind. For a time Scrope dwelt upon this remarkable realization. Then, as he turned over the pages, his eyes rested on a passage of uncivil, ungenerous sarcasm. Against old Lykeman, of all people. What did a girl like Clementina make of all this? How had she got the book? From Eleanor? The stuff had not hurt Eleanor. Eleanor had been able to take the good that Chasters taught and reject the evil of his spirit. He thought of Eleanor, gallantly working out her own salvation. The world was moving fast to a phase of great freedom for the young and the bold. He liked that boy. His thoughts came back with a start to his wife. The evening was slipping by, and he had momentous things to say to her. He went and just opened the door. "Ella," he said, "do you want me?" "Presently." She put a liberal interpretation upon that "presently," so that after what seemed to him a long interval he had to call again. "Ella." "Just a minute," she answered. "15. Lady Ella was still, so to speak, a little in the other room when she came to him. "Shut that door, please," he said, and felt the request had just that flavour of portentousness he wished to avoid. "What is it?" she asked. "I wanted to talk to you about some things. I've done something rather serious today. I've made an important decision." His face became anxious. "What do you mean?" she asked. "You see," he said, leaning upon the mantel-shelf and looking down at the gas flames, "I never thought that we should all have to live in this crowded house for long." "All?" she interrupted in a voice that made him look up sharply. "You're not going away, Ted?" "Oh, no. But I hoped we should all be going away in a little time. It isn't so." "I never quite understood why you hoped that." "It was plain enough." "How?" "I thought I should have found something to do that would have enabled us to live in better style. I had a plan." "What plan?" "It's fallen through." "But what plan was it?" "I thought I should be able to set up a sort of broad church chapel. I had a promise." Her voice was rich with indignation. "And she has betrayed you?" "No," he said. "I have betrayed her." Lady Ella's face showed them still at cross purposes. He looked down again and frowned. "I can't do that chapel business," he said. "I've had to let her down. I've got to let you all down. There's no help for it. It isn't the way. I can't have anything to do with Lady Sunderbund and her chapel." "But," Lady Ella was still perplexed, "it's too great a sacrifice." "Of us?" "No, of myself. I can't get into her pulpit and do as she wants and keep my conscience. It's been a horrible riddle for me. It means plunging into all this poverty for good. But I can't work with her, Ella. She's impossible." "You mean You're going to break with Lady Sunderbund? I must. Then, Teddy, she was a woman groping for flight amidst intolerable perplexities. Why did you ever leave the church? Because I have ceased to believe. But had it nothing to do with Lady Sunderbund? He stared at her in astonishment. If it means breaking with that woman, she said. You mean, he said, beginning for the first time to comprehend her, that you don't mind the poverty? Poverty, she cried. I cared for nothing but the disgrace. Disgrace? Oh, never mind, Ted. If it isn't true, if I've been dreaming. Instead of a woman stunned by a life sentence of poverty, he saw his wife rejoicing as if she had heard good news. Their minds were held for a minute by the sound of someone knocking at the house door. One of the girls opened the door. There was a brief hubbub in the passage, and then they heard a cry of, "Eleanor!" through the folding doors. "There's Eleanor," he said, realizing he had told his wife nothing of the encounter in Hyde Park. They heard Eleanor's clear voice. "Where's Mummy or Daddy?" And then, "Can't stay now, dears. Where's Mummy or Daddy?" "I ought to have told you," said Scrope quickly. "I met Eleanor in the park by accident. She's come up unexpectedly to meet a boy going to the front. Quite a nice boy, son of Riverton the doctor. The parting had made them understand one another. It's all right, Ella. He's a little irregular, but I'd stake my life on the boy. She's very lucky." Eleanor appeared through the folding doors. She came to business at once. "I promised you I'd come back to supper here, Daddy," she said, "but I don't want to have supper here. I want to stay out late." She saw her mother look perplexed. "Hasn't Daddy told you?" "But where is young Riverton?" "He's outside." Eleanor became aware of a broad chink in the folding doors that was making the dining room an auditorium for their dialogue. She shut them deftly. "I have told Mummy," Scrope explained. "Bring him in to supper. We ought to see him." Eleanor hesitated. She indicated her sisters beyond the folding doors. "They'll all be watching us, Mummy," she said. "We'd be uncomfortable, and besides—" "But you can't go out and dine with him alone." "Oh, Mummy, it's our only chance." "Customs are changing," said Scrope. "But can they?" asked Lady Ella. "I don't see why not." The mother was still doubtful, but she was in no mood to cross her husband that night. "It's an exceptional occasion," said Scrope, and Eleanor knew her point was won. She became radiant. "I can be late?" Scrope handed her his latchkey without a word. "You dear kind things," she said, and went to the door. Then turned and came back and kissed her father. Then she kissed her mother. "It is so kind of you," she said, and was gone. They listened to her passage through a storm of questions in the dining room. "3 months ago that would have shocked me," said Lady Ella. "You haven't seen the boy," said Scrope. "But the appearances." "Aren't we rather breaking with appearances?" he said. "And he goes tomorrow, perhaps to get killed," he added. "A lad like a schoolboy, a young thing, because of the political foolery that we priests and teachers have suffered in the place of the kingdom of God, because we have allowed the religion of Europe to become a lie, because no man spoke the word of God. You see, when I see that, see those children of 21, wrenched by tragedy, beginning with a parting, it's like a knife slashing at all our appearances and discretions. Think of our love-making." The front door banged. He had some idea of resuming their talk, but his was a scattered mind now. "It's 7:45, he said, as if in explanation. "I must see to the supper," said Lady Ella. 16. There was an air of tension at supper, as though the whole family felt that momentous words impended. But Phoebe had emerged victorious from her mathematical struggle, and she seemed to eat with better appetite than she had shown for some time. It was a cold meat supper. Lady Ella had found it impossible to keep up the regular practice of a cooked dinner in the evening, and now it was only on Thursdays that the Scropes, to preserve their social tradition, dressed and dined. The rest of the week they supped. Lady Ella never talked very much at supper. This evening was no exception. Clementina talked of London University and Bedford College. She had been making inquiries. Daphne described some of the mistresses at her new school. The feeling that something was expected had got upon Scrope's nerves. He talked a little in a flat and obvious way, and lapsed into thoughtful silences. While supper was being cleared away, he went back into his study. Thence he returned to the dining-room hearthrug as his family resumed their various occupations. He tried to speak in a casual conversational tone. "I want to tell you all," he said, "of something that has happened today." He waited. Phoebe had begun to figure at a fresh sheet of computations. Miriam bent her head closer over her work, as though she winced at what was coming. Daphne and Clementina looked at one another. Their eyes said, "Eleanor," but he was too full of his own intention to read that glance. Only his wife regarded him attentively. "It concerns you all," he said. He looked at Phoebe. He saw Lady Ella's hand go out and touched the girl's hand gently to make her desist. Phoebe obeyed with a little sigh. "I want to tell you that today I refused an income that would certainly have exceeded £1,500 a year." Clementina looked up now. This was not what she expected. Her expression conveyed protesting inquiry. "I want to tell you all to understand why I did that and why we are in the position we are in and what lies before us. I want you to know what has been going on in my mind." He looked down at the hearthrug and tried to throw off a memory of his Princhester classes for young women that oppressed him. His manner he forced to a more familiar note. He stuck his hands into his trouser pockets. "You know, my dears, I had to give up the church. I just simply didn't believe any more in Orthodox church teaching. And I feel I've never explained that properly to you, not at all clearly. I wanted to explain that now. It's a queer thing, I know, for me to say to you, but I want you to understand that I am a religious man. I believe that God matters more than wealth or comfort or position or the respect of men, that he also matters more than your comfort and prosperity. God knows I have cared for your comfort and prosperity. I don't want you to think that in all these changes we have been through lately, I haven't been aware of all the discomfort into which you have come, the relative discomfort. Compared with Princhester, this is dark and crowded and poverty-stricken. I have never felt crowded before, but in this house I know you are horribly crowded. It is a house that seems almost contrived for small discomforts. This narrow passage outside, the incessant going up and down stairs, and there are other things. There is the blankness of our London Sundays. What is the good of pretending? They are desolating. There's the impossibility, too, of getting good servants to come into our dug-out kitchen. I'm not blind to all these sordid consequences. But all the same, God has to be served first. I had come to this. I felt I could not serve God any longer as a bishop in the established church, because I did not believe that the established church was serving God. I struggled against that conviction, and I struggled against it largely for your sakes. But I had to obey my conviction. I haven't talked to you about these things as much as I should have done, but partly at least that is due to the fact that my own mind has been changing and reconsidering, going forward and going back, and in that fluid state it didn't seem fair to tell you things that I might presently find mistaken. But now I begin to feel that I have really thought out things, and that they are definite enough to tell you." He paused and resumed. "A number of things have helped to change the opinions in which I grew up and in which you have grown up. There were worries at Princhester. I didn't let you know much about them, but there were. There was something harsh and cruel in that atmosphere. I saw for the first time, it's a lesson I'm still only learning, how harsh and greedy rich people and employing people are to poor people and working people, and how ineffective our church was to make things better. That struck me. There were religious disputes in the diocese too, and they shook me. I thought my faith was built on a rock, and I found it was built on sand. It was slipping and sliding long before the war, but the war brought it down. Before the war, such a lot of things in England and Europe seemed like a comedy or a farce, a bad joke that one tolerated. One tried half consciously, half avoiding the knowledge of what one was doing, to keep one's own little circle and life civilized. The war shook all those ideas of isolation, all that sort of evasion down. The world is the rightful kingdom of God. We had left its affairs to kings and emperors and such like impostors, to priests and profit-seekers and greedy men. We were genteel condoners. The war has ended that. It thrusts into all our lives. It brings death so close. A fortnight ago, 27 people were killed and injured within a mile of this by Zeppelin bombs. Everyone loses someone. Because through all that time, men like myself were going through our priestly mummeries, abasing ourselves to kings and politicians, when we ought to have been crying out, "No, no! There is no righteousness in the world, there is no right government, except it be the kingdom of God." He paused and looked at them. They were all listening to him now, but he was still haunted by a dread preaching in his own family. He dropped to the conversational note again. "You see what I had in mind. I thought I must come out of this and preach the kingdom of God. That was my idea. I don't want to force it upon you, but I want you to understand why I acted as I did. But let me come to the particular thing that has happened today. I did not think that when I made my final decision to leave the church that it meant such poverty as this we are living in, permanently. This is what I want to make clear to you. I thought there would be a temporary dip into dinginess, but that was all. There was a plan. At the time it seemed a right and reasonable plan for setting up a chapel in London, a very plain and simple, undenominational chapel, for the simple preaching of the world kingdom of God. There was someone who seemed prepared to meet all the immediate demands for such a chapel. Was it Lady Sunderbund? Asked Clementina. Scrope was pulled up abruptly. Yes, he said. It seemed at first a quite hopeful project. We'd have hated that, said Clementina, with a glance as if for assent at her mother. We should all have hated that. Anyhow, it has fallen through. We don't mind that, said Clementina, and Daphne echoed her words. I don't see that there is any necessity to import this note of hostility to Lady Sunderbund into this matter. He addressed himself rather more definitely to Lady Ella. She's a woman of a very extraordinary character, highly emotional, energetic, generous to an extraordinary extent. Daphne made a little noise like a comment. A faint acerbity in her father's voice responded. Anyhow, you make a mistake if you think that the personality of Lady Sunderbund has very much to do with this thing now. Her quality may have brought out certain aspects of the situation rather more sharply than they might have been brought out under other circumstances. But if this chapel enterprise had been suggested by quite a different sort of person, by a man or by a committee, in the end I think I should have come to the same conclusion. Leave Lady Sunderbund out. Any chapel was impossible. It is just this specialization that has been the trouble with religion. It is just this tendency to make it the business of a special sort of man, in a special sort of building, on a special day. Every man, every building, every day belongs equally to God. This is my conviction. I think that the only possible existing sort of religion's meeting is something after the fashion of the Quaker meeting, in that there is no professional religious man at all, not a trace of the sacrifices to the ancient gods, and no room for a professional religious man. He felt his argument did a little escape him. He snatched. This is what I want to make clear to you. God is not a speciality. He is a universal interest. He stopped. Both Daphne and Clementina seemed disposed to say something and did not say anything. Miriam was the first to speak. "Daddy," she said, "I know I'm stupid, but are we still Christians?" "I want you to think of yourselves." "But I mean," said Miriam, "are we something like Quakers, a sort of very broad Christians?" "You are what you choose to be. If you want to keep in the church, then you must keep in the church. If you feel the Christian doctrine is alive, then it is alive so far as you are concerned." "But the creeds?" asked Clementina. He shook his head. "So far as Christianity is defined by its creeds, I am not a Christian. If we are going to call any sort of religious feeling that has a respect for Jesus Christianity, then no doubt I am a Christian. But so was Mohammed at that rate. Let me tell you what I believe. I believe in God. I believe in the immediate presence of God in every human life. I believe that our lives have to serve the kingdom of God. That practically is what Mr. Chasters calls the core of truth in Christianity." "You have been reading him?" "Eleanor lent me the book, but Mr. Chasters keeps his living." "I am not Chasters," said Scrope stiffly, and then relenting, "What he does may be right for him, but I could not do as he does." Lady Ella had said no word for some time. "I would be ashamed," she said quietly, "if you had not done as you have done. I don't mind, the girls don't mind, all this, not when we understand as we do now." That was the limit of her eloquence. "Not now that we understand, Daddy," said Clementina, and a faint flavour of Lady Sunderland seemed to pass and vanish. There was a queer little pause. It stood rather distressed and perplexed, because the talk had not gone quite as he had intended it to go. It had deteriorated towards personal issues. Phoebe broke the awkwardness by jumping up and coming to her father. "Dear Daddy," she said, and kissed him. "We didn't understand properly," said Clementina, in the tone of one who explains away much that had never been spoken. "Daddy," said Miriam with an inspiration, "may I play something to you presently?" "But the fire," interjected Lady Ella, disposing of that idea. "I want you to know, all of you, the faith I have," he said. Daphne had remained seated at the table. "Are we never to go to church again?" she asked, as if at a loss. 17. Scrope went back into his little study. He felt shy and awkward with his daughters now. He felt it would be difficult to get back to usualness with them. Tonight it would be impossible. Tomorrow he must come down to breakfast as though their talk had never occurred. In his rehearsal of this deliverance during his walk home, he had spoken much more plainly of his sense of the coming of God to rule the world and end the long age of the warring nations and competing traders, and he had intended to speak with equal plainness of the passionate subordination of the individual life to this great common purpose of God and man, an aspect he had scarcely mentioned at all. But in that little room, in the presence of those dear familiar people, those great horizons of life had vanished. The room with its folding doors had fixed the scale. The wallpaper had smothered the kingdom of God. He had been, he felt, domestic. It had been an after-supper talk. He had been put out, too, by the mention of Lady Sunderland and the case of Chasters. In his study he consoled himself for this diminution of his intention. It had taken him 5 years, he reflected, to get to his present real sense of God's presence and to his personal subordination to God's purpose. It had been a little absurd, he perceived, to expect these girls to leap at once to a complete understanding of the halting hints, the elusive indications of the thoughts that now possessed his soul. He tried, like some maiden speaker, to recall exactly what it was he had said and what it was he had forgotten to say. This was merely a beginning, merely a beginning. After the girls had gone to bed, Lady Ella came to him, and she was glowing and tender. She was in love again, as she had not been since the shadow had first fallen between them. "I was so glad you spoke to them," she said. "They had been puzzled, but they are dear, loyal girls." He tried to tell her rather more plainly what he felt about the whole question of religion in their lives, but eloquence had departed from him. "You see, Ella, life cannot get out of tragedy, and sordid tragedy, until we bring out the kingdom of God. It's no unreality that has made me come out of the church." "No, dear, no," she said soothingly and reassuringly. "With all these mere boys going out to the most dreadful deaths in the trenches, with death, hardship and separation running amok in the world." "One has to do something," she agreed. "I know, dear," he said, "that all this year of doubt and change has been a dreadful year for you." "It was stupid of me," she said, "but I've been so unhappy. It's over now, but I was wretched, and there was nothing I could say. I prayed. It isn't the poverty I feared ever, but the disgrace. Now, I'm happy. I'm happy again." "But how far do you come with me?" "I'm with you." "But," he said, "you are still a churchwoman." "I don't know," she said. "I don't mind." He stared at her. "But I always thought that was what hurt you most, my breach with the church." "Things are so different now," she said. Her heart dissolved within her into tender possessiveness. There came flooding into her mind the old phrases of an ancient story. "Whither thou goest, I will go. Thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. The Lord do so to me, and more also, if aught but death part thee and me." Just those words would Lady Ella have said to her husband now, but she was capable of no such rhetoric. "Whither thou goest," she whispered almost inaudibly, and she could get no further. "My dear," she said. 18. At 2 o'clock the next morning, Scrope was still up. He was sitting over the snoring gas-fire in his study. He did not want to go to bed. His mind was too excited, he knew, for any hope of sleep. In the last 12 hours, since he had gone out across the park to his momentous talk with Lady Sunderbund, it seemed to him that his life had passed through its cardinal crisis and come to its crown and decision. The spiritual voyage that had begun 5 years ago amidst a stormy succession of theological nightmares had reached harbour at last. He was established now in the sure conviction of God's reality, and of his advent to unify the lives of men and to save mankind. Some unobserved process in his mind had perfected that conviction, behind the cloudy veil of his vacillations and moods. Surely that work was finished now, and the day's experience had drawn the veil and discovered God established for ever. He contrasted this simple and overruling knowledge of God as the supreme fact in a practical world with that vague and ineffective subject for sentiment who had been the God of his Anglican days. Some theologian once spoke of God as the friend behind phenomena. That Anglican deity had been rather a vague flummery behind court and society, wealth, respectability, and the comfortable life. And even while he had lived in lip service to that complacent compromise, this true God had been here, this God he now certainly professed, waiting for his allegiance, waiting to take up the kingship of this distraught and blood-stained earth. The finding of God is but the stripping of bandages from the eyes. Seek, and ye shall find. He whispered 4 words very softly. The kingdom of God. He was quite sure he had that now, quite sure. The kingdom of God. That now was the form into which all his life must fall. He recalled his vision of the silver sphere and of 10,000 diverse minds about the world all making their ways to the same one conclusion. Here at last was a king and emperor for mankind, for whom one need have neither contempt nor resentment. Here was an aim for which man might forge the steel and wield the scalpel, write and paint and till and teach. Upon this conception he must model all his life. Upon this basis he must found friendships and cooperations. All the great religions, Christianity, Islam, in the days of their power and honesty, had proclaimed the advent of this kingdom of God. It had been their common inspiration. A religion surrenders when it abandons the promise of its millennium. He had recovered that ancient and immortal hope. All men must achieve it, and with their achievement the rule of God begins. He muttered his faith. It made it more definite to put it into words and utter it. It comes, it surely comes. Tomorrow I begin. I will do no work that does not go Godward. Always now it shall be the truth as near as I can put it. Always now it shall be the service of the common weal as well as I can do it. I will live for the ending of all false kingship and priestcraft, for the eternal growth of the spirit of man. He was, he knew clearly, only one common soldier in a great army that was finding its way to enlistment round and about the earth. He was not alone. While the kings of this world fought for dominion, these others gathered and found themselves in one another. These others of the faith that grows plain, these men who have resolved to end the blood-stained chronicles of the dynasts and the miseries of a world that trades in life for ever. They were many men, speaking divers tongues. He was but one who obeyed the worldwide impulse. He could smile at the artless vanity that had blinded him to the import of his earlier visions, that had made him imagine himself a sole discoverer, a new prophet, that had brought him so near to founding a new sect. Every soldier in the new host was a recruiting sergeant according to his opportunity, and none was leader. Only God was leader. The achievement of the kingdom of God. This was his calling. Henceforth, this was his business in life. For a time he indulged in vague dreams of that kingdom of God on earth of which he would be one of the makers. It was a dream of a shadowy splendor of cities, of great scientific achievements, of a universal beauty, of beautiful people living in the light of God, of a splendid adventure, thrusting out at last among the stars. But neither his natural bent nor his mental training inclined him to mechanical or administrative explicitness. Much more was his dream a vision of men inwardly ennobled and united in spirit. He saw history growing reasonable and life visibly noble as mankind realized the divine aim. All the outward peace and order, the joy of physical existence finally conceived, the mounting power and widening aim were but the expression and verification of the growth of God within. Then we would bear children for finer ends than the blood and mud of battlefields. Life would tower up like a great flame. By faith we reached forward to that. The vision grew more splendid as it grew more metaphorical. And the price one paid for that, one gave sham dignities, false honor, a Levitical righteousness, immediate peace, one bartered kings and churches for God. He looked at the mean, poverty-struck room. He marked the dinginess and tawdriness of its detail, and all the sordid evidences of ungracious bargaining and grudging service in its appointments. For all his life now, he would have to live in such rooms. He who had been one of the lucky ones. Well, men were living in dugouts and dying gaily in muddy trenches. They had given limbs and lives, eyes and the joy of movement, prosperity and pride, for a smaller cause and a feebler assurance than this that he had found. 19. Presently his thoughts were brought back to his family by the sounds of Eleanor's return. He heard her key in the outer door. He heard her move about in the hall, and then slip lightly up to bed. He did not go out to speak to her, and she did not note the light under his door. He would talk to her later, when this discovery of her own emotions no longer dominated her mind. He recalled her departing figure and how she had walked, touching and looking up to her young mate, and he a little leaning to her. "God bless them and save them," he said. He thought of her sisters. They had said but little to his clumsy explanations. He thought of the years and experience that they must need pass through before they could think the fullness of his present thoughts, and so he tempered his disappointment. They were a gallant group, he felt. He had to thank Ella and good fortune that so they were. There was Clementina with her odd, quick, competent sharpness, a harder being than Eleanor, but nevertheless a fine-spirited and even more independent. There was Miriam, indefatigably kind. Phoebe, too, had a real passion of the intellect, and Daphne an innate disposition to service. But it was strange how they had taken his proclamation of a conclusive breach with the Church as though it was a command they must, at least outwardly, obey. He had expected them to be more deeply shocked. He had thought he would have to argue against objections and convert them to his views. Their acquiescence was strange. They were content he should think all this great issue out and give his results to them. And his wife, well as he knew her, had surprised him. He thought of her words, "Whither thou goest." He was dissatisfied with this unconditional agreement. Why could not his wife meet God as he had met God? Why must Miriam put the fantastic question, as though it was not for her to decide? Are we still Christians? And pursuing this thought, why couldn't Lady Sunderburn set up in religion for herself without going about the world seeking for a priest and a prophet? Were women undines who must get their souls from mortal men? And who was it tempted men to set themselves up as priests? It was the wife, the disciple, the lover. Who was the last? The most fatal pitfall on the way to God. He began to pray, still sitting as he prayed. "O God," he prayed, "thou who hast shown thyself to me, let me never forget thee again. Save me from forgetfulness, and show thyself to those I love, show thyself to all mankind. Use me, O God, use me, but keep my soul alive. Save me from the presumption of the trusted servant, save me from the vanity of authority. And let thy light shine upon all those who are so dear to me. Save them from me. Take their dear loyalty." He paused, a flushed, childishly miserable face that stared indignantly through glittering tears rose before his eyes. He forgot that he had been addressing God. "How can I help you, you silly thing?" he said. "I would give you my own soul to know that God had given his peace to you. I could not do as you wished, and I have hurt you. You hurt yourself, but all the time you would have hampered me and tempted me and wasted yourself. It was impossible. And yet you are so fine." He was struck by another aspect. Ella was happy, partly because Lady Sunderburn was hurt and left desolated. Both of them are still living upon nothings, living for nothings, a phantom way of living. He stared blankly at the humming blue gas jets amidst the incandescent asbestos for a space. "Make them understand," he pleaded, as though he spoke confidentially of some desirable and reasonable thing to a friend who sat beside him. "You see, it is so hard for them until they understand. It is easy enough when one understands. Easy," he reflected for some moments. "It is as if they could not exist, except in relationship to other definite people. I want them to exist as now I exist, in relationship to God, knowing God." But now he was talking to himself again. "So far as one can know God," he said presently. For a while He remained frowning at the fire. Then he bent forward, turned out the gas, arose with the air of a man who relinquishes a difficult task. "One is limited," he said. "All one's ideas must fall within one's limitations. Faith is a sort of tour de force, a feat of the imagination. For such things as we are, naturally, one perceives it clearly only in rare moments. That alters nothing."